Hey guys, how are you? Good evening. Just checking my settings real quick. How is everybody? I feel like I haven't seen you guys forever, even though I technically am not seeing any of you. Um, I got some Wade files in, some random. They're a little bit of randomness. Not quite what I was expecting, but still. Um, I think they kind of misunderstood what I was asking, but we still got some Wade stuff in. Um, so there's gonna be it's like a bunch of stuff from his time in Leon County. And then there's 4 interviews from different cases that he was in, but not with him. I'm so freaking mad. I was like, "Can I have those?" And they're like, "No, they're not available." Only like some of the other people that were involved with it, which is still kind of interesting. But I did get the call logs. Ooh, I got like chapstick on my teeth. I did get call logs, and that's another thing. They were supposed to give it to me from February, and it only went through January or through December. So I messaged them. I'm wondering if it's because he didn't get any phone calls after that. So I don't know what that means. Either he didn't get any phone calls after December 21st, or they better send them to me. I'm waiting for an email back. But it's kind of interesting because he calls basically 2 people, not Jesse at all. Um, and the one girl, yeah, well, I'll show you here. It's just 2 different people. The one is hold on, we'll go over that first. The one is one of the people he had called in the last call logs before, but the other one is I think he might have did it once. Hold on one second. I want to bring up the first one and see. I'm pretty sure he called the one like once last time. Hold on. Maybe not. I'm looking at yeah, he did. Okay. So here, let me bring it up. Yeah, so I don't know, guys. I'll show you what they sent me, and then I'm not sure if it was a mistake or that he didn't get phone calls. I don't know. But I'll hopefully find out tomorrow. They'll message me back. They're usually pretty quick. I'm surprised I didn't get a message back right away when I messaged them today. Because usually with this stuff, they like message you back right away and be like, "Oh, nope," or "yes." So I'm sure I'll get it tomorrow. But let me share what I have. I'm thinking it might just be because I don't know, because we know he's in like confinement, right? Like maybe hasn't had any calls after December. Um, all right. Let me bring this up. All right, so here is the call log, which I'll tell you who they are. I did a hold on one second. Wait, hold on one second. I have it. I wrote it off, but I want to see something. That Cynthia, because one of them's that Cynthia. I think she's the one that has the son Joey. Let me make sure. Hold on, give me one second. Because he calls Cynthia and he calls Jada, and that's all. But he calls them both multiple times. But I'll show you here. Hold on. I just want to see something. I'm just looking back at my old one. Cynthia. Pretty sure that's the one that, yeah, the son Joseph. He has a son named Joe. She has a son named Joseph. So, okay, here we go. I just wanted to double check. So, yeah, so he calls Jada. Let me go over here. So he calls on November 26th. These are all Jada up until so he calls her for 20 minutes or 5 minutes at 8:02. He calls her for 30 minutes at 80, and we're gonna go through who Jada is in a minute. Jada Fuller is her name, and she's got a record, and we're gonna go through her record. Um, so yeah, so 8:10, he talks to her for 30 minutes. 9:31, he calls Cynthia, which I think he's talking to her son Joseph, is what I'm guessing, because Cynthia has a son named Joseph. And then at 9:33, he talks to Cynthia or Joseph or whoever for 51 minutes. And then um this is Jada again on December 21st. This Jada. And all of this December 21st is all Jada. So he talks to her 21 minutes, 21 minutes, 22 minutes, 22 minutes, 22 minutes, 23 minutes. Or no, I did it wrong over here. Sorry. 48 seconds, 20. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Oh my lordy. That means at 9 o'clock, 9:36, he talked to her 48 seconds. 9:38, he talked to her at 29 minutes, 13 seconds. 10:10, he talked to her 18 minutes, 21 seconds. 10:30, 3 minutes, 18 seconds. 10:35, 28 minutes, 57 seconds. And 11:05, 8 minutes and 37 seconds. And then and then Cynthia on November 26th. That's all. I mean, that's what they gave me. So it looks like he's only had a phone call once a month, it looks like, or I mean, unless if they're holding back, but I don't know why they'd be like holding back and not just sending some. I mean, if they are, is there a reason? Are they trying to hide something or something? I don't know. Oh, what's up? Okay, hold on. I guess I will because of the other stuff too. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, 1 minute. So what do you guys think? Jada, hold on. Let me just show you a few things off her real quick. I want to go over more in depth, but I'll just show you a couple pictures so you can see what she looks like. And then I'm going to go put some watermarks on the future stuff coming up. Okay. I always forget that. Okay. So here's her most current mugshot right here. And then there's some older ones like 2018. This one doesn't have it. Here's one. And we'll go over the charges in a minute, but I just wanted to show you pictures of her. I mean, that's who the phone number is linking back to. And it makes sense. She's from Florida. She's born in 80s. So she's like 2 years younger than me. So she's 40, probably. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know why he hasn't but like I said, I want 2 more months worth of call log. So either he didn't use the phone for 2 months, or they owe me 2 months because I requested all of it. So I'm going to see, hopefully. I'm just thinking they're going to be like, oh, there was no calls those 2 months or something. I don't know. But if not, I mean, he's not having contact with anyone? I don't know. That seems crazy. But I mean, okay, so but why November and December? Well, at the beginning of November, he did call Jesse. But basically, he got 1 day. Like, if this is all that he got, that means he got 1 day in December to call people. And the only person he called is Jada. Now, November 26th, he called uh, Jada and Cynthia, but also, sorry, I'll keep going. Oh, I guess we went over all the pictures. Okay. Hold on, let me put a watermark real quick. Also, though, was I going to say? He did call Jesse in November too. So it's just weird in December. So maybe they're not talking, or maybe he wasn't allowed to call her because of like whatever. I mean, they're obviously on to her for, not letting them get married and stuff. Or maybe he gave up because, hey, she can't marry me. I don't know what's the deal. Do you guys know anything about that? Cynthia. It's Cintia. It's not Cynthia, it's Cynthia. But I think for with her, it's his son I think it's her son, because her son is like his age. So I'm guessing it's the son that he's calling for. I don't know though. All right, hold on one second. Let me do these watermarks real quick. But the Jada thing is interesting because I think it's probably drug related or something too, because I mean, you'll see her record. She's meth, or you know what I'm saying? A lot of drug charges for her. So, she's from Florida. So whether he met, like maybe like a cellmate gave him, I don't know. Who knows? He could have met her on the outside sometime. Who freaking knows? But I'm sure they're never going to release the phone calls there. So no, because I've already been trying, and I don't think there's any way to get the phone calls there. To be honest, I've tried. I mean, but so I mean, I guess we'll probably never know what he's talking about unless he gets charged with something. If he gets charged with something with those phone calls and then it goes into public records and they let us have them, that's the only possible way. But that's still not a guarantee, because they still don't have to release them technically. They could really do whatever they want in a way. All right, hold on one second, guys. Sorry. I don't know why I can never remember to do the watermark, because I'm always redacting up until the live, and I can't add it ahead of time. Just sucks. You can never add them because you can't redact with it. They make it impossible. Okay. So let's go over her record and then we'll get into Wade stuff. All like some of his past cases. There's, like I said, there's a little interesting thing with the Brian Winchester case that I didn't know, like some of the details in that case that, I mean, maybe you guys were aware of it. I had no idea. I don't know if you guys know who Brian Winchester is, but if you're the people that die hard Wade Wilson followers of this case will know who that is. I shouldn't say die hard, because it's just like the ones that have been following this case since day one. I bet you'll remember who that is. Okay. Okay. Let's go over her record real quick, and I got my watermarks. I'm not going to watermark her. Anything that I could find online that's public for everybody, I don't watermark. But things that I have to buy and, personally order, then I do. So for her records, I found them online, so I'm not going to watermark those. Just so people, I know, because some people will be like, watermark, but I'm not going to do those ones just because they're online. Okay, so here is some of her records. Yes, the Mike Williams case. Yep, Yep, that's interesting, dude. Like there's more to it than he freaking got $20,000. I didn't know that. He spent $20,000 on that case. He got it and spent it and didn't do what he was supposed to do. Did you guys know that? Because I didn't until I read. If you guys are interested in that case, that's the thing. Since what they did is they gave me like all of Wade's stuff, and any cases that he was involved with, they gave me like all of the stuff from that case. So like he could be just a small part of that case, but I got all of like, this is where you're gonna have to tell me how interested you are in the stuff. So maybe I'll separate like the Brian stuff, but I have like so many pages of Brian's like writings, like talking about everything about like how he is and how he's messed up and the sexual stuff, and how just like a diary almost it reminds me of. And then like finances, talking about how much money him and Denise have and all that had. Denise is the one that he kidnapped and went to jail, and then him and her planned husband's murder. He killed her. Yeah, I'll explain it on when I get into that. But you guys decide if you want how deep you want to go into that, because I have a lot of stuff on him. I was debating, do I just go over the Wade part or do I go over all of it? So I didn't know. I'm not sure how how you guys want me to do it, but okay, so this is the Jada Fullard. So this is her who he's been calling. Well, in December he called her, and he started calling her the first time November 26th, and then that one phone call that he got in December, that's the only person that he called, was this person right here, Jada Fullard. Also goes Jada Strickland. She has a few different oh, excuse me. I guess the middle name's Fullard. That's why it's Jada Fullard Strickland. I was thinking it was like hyphenated, so never mind. Because Fullard is not a typical middle name. Wow. Yeah. But no. So yeah, Jada Fullard Strickland. On Wednesday. Okay, so she got, those are the pictures I just showed, is this lady. So 2/12/25. So recently she got in trouble. So I think she's in jail right now. Not in December she wasn't, but I think she's in jail right now because she got in trouble with this possession of substance, like drug charges, this month. So I wonder if it has something to do with Wade. Wonder if Wade tried to get her to go sell something. I mean, who freaking knows? Anyway, okay. So 5'9", 150 pounds, white female, possession of controlled substance without prescription, drugs, narcotics. On Wednesday, February 12th, let me zoom in real quick. At about 6:07 p.m., while working at the Columbia County Sheriff's Office, I was dispatched to blank road for a suspicious person. Upon arriving at the house of, well, they didn't get this one. I can do it real quick. Anyway, hold on. It's my OCD. It's like I have to do it right then. I'm sorry. Even though it's already there, I have to, or it's just like, so then it's done for. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are in this journey with me to all my little weird, stupid stuff. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Sorry, I didn't even say hi to anybody. I just realized that I didn't say hi to anybody. Hey, everybody. I'm going to say hi in a minute. I want to like get through some of this. Oh, thanks, Sarah. You don't have to do that. Thank you. Hey, Jenny, Carrie, Davey Bentley, Marnie, Leilani, Vanity, conspiracy therapist. Okay. So she got, where are we at? So it was monitoring the house at blah, blah, blah for the property owner. The complainant said there was a female, later identified as Jada Strickland, sitting on the porch of the home saying it was her property. The complainant said she spoke with the property owner, who said this was not the truth and contacted law enforcement. Upon arriving I observed Jada sitting on the porch talking to herself. While talking to Jada, I could tell that she was not in a right state of mind. Due to past calls for service, I know that Jada uses methamphetamines, meth. I asked Jada if she had taken any drugs. Jada told me she had not, but she did have meth in her bag. Jada gave me the meth from her bag. I placed Jada into handcuffs. I tested the substance and it tested positive to meth. I explained to Jada that she was trespassed from the residence at the request of the owner. I explained to Jada that she was being arrested for being in possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. Jada was transported to the jail without incident. I submitted the 0.6 grams of meth into evidence. So that happened just last week. Just, it does make you wonder if Wade, I don't know. I mean, yeah, she probably is a meth head, and I'm sure it doesn't look like she was selling it. She just had it in her possession, so I'm sure it wasn't. But I mean, I wonder, I'm sure it is drug related why he's calling her, right? I'm guessing he probably got her number from somebody in jail, like, hey, she could hook you up, or who freaking knows? What do you guys think? Okay, because it's obviously not for money. I mean, it's not like she's gonna help him. Well, I mean, I guess illegally, but usually like meth heads, and I mean, I would guess she probably doesn't have money. She probably lives day to day trying to get money for her drugs. I mean, I just from personal experience, you know what I'm saying? Like I was there at one point too. So it's like, I just don't think it's for like one of you know how his women to give him money and put money on his books or a commissary and all that crap. It's obviously not for that. I don't think. All right. So now we have, is this the, this is another one. This is her again. She failed to uh, violation probation. Where is it at? Appeared Elizabeth Free. Before me this day, personally appeared probation officer who been duly sworn, says that Jada, the defendant hereinafter referred to as the probationer, was on the October 8th, 2024, placed on probation for the offense of possession of drug paraphernalia in the county of Columbia County, which is in Florida. So she's on probation. So that was a probation violation because, I mean, first of all, she's trespassing on property that's not hers, and then she's got meth on her. And it says the defendant has failed to live and remain at liberty without violating any laws. The defendant was arrested on felony charges of drug possession in Columbia County. The defendant has failed to complete mental health evaluation, failed to complete substance abuse evaluation, failed to complete 25 community service work hours, failed to pay 473, failed to pay 192, and obtain and maintain gainful employment for 5 job searches per week and community service hours per month, or provide proof of disability. So she's not doing good. Hold on one. That was weird. I just wanted to make sure I read it. Yeah, okay. So here is one from September. This is a drug possession, disorder, intox, public place, cause disturbance, misdemeanor, disorderly intoxication. It says on Wednesday, September 18th at 5:19 a.m., I responded to blank in reference to a trespassing. Dispatch advised that Jada, who I knew from previous law enforcement contacts, was present outside of the detention facility causing a disturbance. Additionally, Columbia County Dispatch advised deputies had made contact with Jada at approximately 12:18 a.m. on the same date at the detention facility causing a disturbance. During that interaction, deputies confirmed Jada had no lawful reason to be at the detention facility and she was advised to leave and not to return without a lawful reason. Upon arrival at the detention facility, I observed Jada standing in the front of the Sally Port entrance yelling. I made contact with Jada, and upon asking her what she was doing at the jail, she advised she was there to get her family out. It should be noted that at that time, Jada did not have any family present in jail. Jada was speaking rapidly and rambling about various subjects, including God and her multiple husbands. Based on my training and experience, as well as my previous interactions with Jada, I knew Jada's behavior was consistent with her being under the influence of methamphetamine. I then placed Jada in handcuffs and placed her under arrest for trespassing and disorderly intoxication. Jada was wearing a small backpack at the time of her arrest, which I removed and placed on the hood of my patrol car while I secured Jada. After Jada was secured in the rear of my patrol car, I conducted a search of her bag incident to arrest and located a clear plastic Ziploc bag with 29 orange pills marked G750. I was able to identify the pills using drugs.com as methocarbamol 750. It's a controlled substance, requires a prescription. Also inside the backpack, I located a clear glass smoking pipe with white residue. And it tested positive for meth. Oh, hey, Austin, Danny, who else? Dude, Casey. Due to Jada's level of intoxication, I transported her to the Lake Medical Center to be medically evaluated prior to being booked. After being medically cleared, Jada was booked into the Columbia Detention Facility on the following charges. After being medically cleared, Jada was transported to the Columbia County Detention and booked on above charges. At the time, Jada did not display any signs of the unaliving ideation. Let me put this down, sorry. This information was provided to the booking staff. The methocarbamol and glass smoking pipe were placed into evidence at the sheriff's office. So yeah, I think that's all I have for her. I might have one more. No, that's Wade. Okay. All right, so that's that. I just wanted to show you. Oh, and then here's some of the ones I put up. This is her. I already showed you, but I'll Jada battery. She's got one for battery, but that was back in 2002. And then wait, I do have the charges. Hold on, they're on the other ones. Oh, I don't have it shared. Shoot. Oh my lordy. So that's wait, written promise to appear. This says battery, but sometimes they don't have mugshots on all of them. But this is from 2002, and then this is 2022. I have the other ones that show 2022, 2023 grand theft. This says grand theft of dwelling, 100 more, $750. This one is 5. Wait, what is this? I can't see the charge. What is the charge? Larceny. This one is grand theft, 2012. This one is, where am I? Sometimes it takes me a minute to see. I'm not seeing it. It's 2018. I don't see the charge. Oh, charge is not available, it says. This one is drug possession. This is from 2021. And then it was 2 charges. There's another drug delivery distribution, methamphetamine. So she was selling it, distributing it. So, I mean, maybe that's how Wade got her number, because she was, who knows. And this is larceny. That's the one I already did. That's 20. Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to do that. 2012. This is 2022 dwelling, occupied dwelling. And that's all. So that's who he called in his December call. I don't know. Like I said, I'll let you know if what they say tomorrow. I'm sure they'll respond tomorrow. And if not, and like that's crazy though, because as much as he is in contact with people, we know for like we see from his calls and his messages, like I can't even imagine him being in there and not being able to use the phone for 2 months. I can't even, I mean, he would be going nuts. I don't even think he'd be able to do it. It just seems like crazy to me. That's why I'm like, there's gotta be, because like I feel like he would lose it. I don't know. I can't even imagine. I hope they freaking screw it. Take away his privileges. He freaking keeps acting up. He keeps doing things where like, yeah, take him away. You know? Okay, so now let's get to the Wade stuff. Now I'm gonna ask you guys. Well, maybe I'll start going through it, but as of right now, so those of you, because some of you guys might be familiar with the Brian Winchester thing, and then I'll ask you as we go. Would you want to get in and like read his writing too about that case or not? Do you just want me to read just the Wade stuff on that case? Let me know as I'm going. I'll start. I think it starts with the other firearm case, but put a 1 if you just want to do the Wade stuff, and 2 if you would be interested in learning about, like, other people in the case, like, and you might change your mind as we start going over it, but I'm just curious right now, because I kept going back and forth in my head. I'm like, I don't know, would they want it? Would they not? I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me get to. It was okay. This was so I have, like I said, I have 4 interviews. This document was almost 800 pages. And I went and I removed all the repeats, like from the death row records, how they like it's the same thing, but like they'll have sometimes with like the charges, they'll have the same thing a bunch of times, but they'll add one at the end. Like so you just if you do the last one, you got them all. But basically I cut this in half by taking out all the repeated stuff. It's like, oh my gosh. Okay. So this is basically his time in Leon County, like all the stuff he was in Leon County, besides the 2014 incident with that woman. But I had went over that pretty in depth. I have a lot of that, which we could maybe go over it again in another day. If some of you guys are new to the case and you didn't go over that in detail, the case where he R, well, it was like a kidnapping and R charge, right? Um, Shoot, I just realized that I had a few new things on that case. I might go over that again, actually. Not tonight, I won't have time, but basically all the other stuff is in here. Okay. So most people are putting 2, just the Wade stuff. Is that what that means? That was just the Wade stuff, right? Wait, what was 2 meaning? I forget. I forget what I said. Somebody tell me. Was 2 meaning just the Wade stuff or not? I don't remember what I said. I'm tempted to go back and rewind. Oh, 2 is everything? Oh, cool. I'm glad. Good, because it's very interesting. The stuff he writes is he like Brian Winchester. And actually, I have this might be a couple parter because I have a lot to go over, but I have like his testimony where he went up and testified on, for, well, his ex-wife, I guess. They were married too. Who they planned to kill. They basically killed her ex-husband or her husband at the time. It's pretty crazy. And then he met Wade in jail, which I was under the impression he met Wade in jail after the murder. No, he met Wade in jail in what, 2015 or 16? I forget what year, but it was before the murder. He met Wade in jail, and then Wade got out. The reason why he approached him. See, I was thinking for some reason Wade said I could have somebody kill, like, because remember how he offered, like, I could have somebody kill your wife or Denise or whatever. I could have somebody kill her. I was thinking it was when he was already in jail for the murder, right? No, he got out. That's why Brian, like, basically hired him because he was getting out, and he got out and he got paid, and you'll see how it all went down. He didn't. It wasn't quite how I thought when it came out. Okay, so first of all, this is from 2013. Like I said, it's just going to be a bunch of different stuff, right? But it kind of goes like in order, right? So 2013, this is Wade, inmate injury illness. Let me take this out. So on June 30th, 2013, at approximately 15:25, while supervising in the kitchen, inmate Wilson advised me that he had burnt his right forearm trying to put a tray of bread in the oven. At approximately 15:30 hours, medical was notified, and I escorted inmate to medical. At approximately 15:35 hours, he was seen by RN Felicia Stevens, and he was released at 15:55 to return back to the kitchen to work. Okay. There's just like anything that happened in jail and stuff too. So like I said, it's just some of it's just random stuff. Okay, so now he has a theft. This theft 2013 is a theft. Um, he stole some girl's iPhone, right? So oh, now I shoot. I knew what I wanted to add in the title and thumbnail and I forgot. I just thought of it. Shoot. Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me put it on here in case if I end up doing it in part 2. So you could kind of see like how he was before, with different stuff. All right. So this is just showing, it'll explain what happened in a minute with this. So it shows this money order for $100. Modem communications. Okay, so here we go. A grand theft, 300 to less than 5,000. The victim was Caitlin. Wade was the suspect. And it shows, let's see. So back then, this was what, 2013. He was 18 years old. Let me make this a little bigger. Sorry. There. He was 18. What else? Facial hair, complexion, some of the stuff they don't have. Build, no, 6'2" they have. Weight they don't have. And that's about it. Employer they have unknown. Okay. So property was an iPhone, Apple model, iPhone 4, but like in 2013, that was probably the newest one. So on March 21st, 2013, Caitlin Coyle contacted the sheriff's office by phone in reference to her mobile phone that had been stolen. Caitlin stated on March 19th, 2013, she had gone over to her friend's house, Buzz Bryan, College Plaza, unknown apartment. Caitlin said Wade Wilson had been over at the apartment as well. Caitlin stated she had let Wade borrow her phone during the evening. Caitlin said Wade returned her phone to her and she went to sleep around 20 hours. So what that'd be? Oh wow, she went to bed like 8. That's early. Anyway, Caitlin said she woke up at 7 a.m. and her phone and Wade were gone. Caitlin has no contact information for Buzz or Wade. However, knew Wade lived somewhere on Spicewood Lane. Caitlin described her phone as black, iPhone 4 with AT&T as the carrier. Caitlin could not provide the serial number for her phone. Caitlin believes that Wade stole her phone and pawned it at Modem Communications at the Tallahassee Mall because she had overheard him talking about pawning a phone there Monday night. A search in David revealed a Wade Wilson on Spicewood Lane. I was unable to locate a Buzz Bryan. Caitlin received a case number over the phone. Now on April 5th, that says narrative April 5th. On March 25th, 2013, I spoke with Caitlin regarding this case. She stated that she had spoken to Wade Wilson at Buzz's residence, and he admitted to taking the phone and selling it to Modern Communications. He was not remorseful and asked her not to call law enforcement. On March 28th, I made contact with Mr. Perry Walker, owner of the Modern Communications. He verified the cell phone was there and had been put aside. Mr. Walker turned the phone over and advised if Mr. Wilson reimbursed him the $100 he paid for the phone, he would not pursue criminal charges. The phone was turned over to Caitlin and she did not want to follow through with the criminal charges. Caitlin signed an affidavit for non-prosecution. On April 1st, 2013, I made contact with Mrs. Candace Wilson, who is Wilson's mother. Mrs. Wilson advised she had not seen Wade ever since Easter Sunday. He moved out of the residence approximately 2 weeks prior, and he did not have a cell phone. I explained the situation to Mrs. Wilson, and she agreed to pay the $100 to avoid any criminal charges. On April 2nd, Mrs. Wilson provided me with the money order addressed to Modern Communications in the amount of $100, and the money order was then turned over to Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker signed the property receipt and accepted the payment. This case was closed. Mama saved the day on that one. Oh, hey, Lewis. What new stuff? I'm confused. What are you referring to? I'm not sure. The death row stuff? I went over what I had with that already, but I didn't order any more yet of the death row. I do have something else coming in, but I don't know when that's coming, but I'm not sure what you mean new stuff. This is new stuff to me, but it's not like new as in the date new, but it's what I did order this. Okay, so oh, I see what you're saying, Lewis. I misunderstood your thing. This is from Leon County. Yes, it's from a records request. Okay, I misunderstood what you said. I'm sorry. I thought you were insinuating or like maybe like you heard me wrong that it, or I don't know. But okay, yes, this is a new stuff. It's basically all his stuff from a different county, if that makes sense. There's four interviews, but not with him, unfortunately. I try to get them and they say they're not available, which they do exist. So I don't understand why they're not available. They just said nope, they're not available. It's like they exist because I see it on these documents. It says there's a disc of his interviews. Like, why can't I freaking buy them? They must, I don't know. It must not, I don't know why they would release the other interviews and oh, let's keep Wade sacred and not release his. I don't get it. But how have you been though? I almost was like, wait. I feel like it's been what, months? I don't blame you though. You probably had to take a break from this stuff. Yeah, that's true, Buffy. Okay, so now we have, here's the iPhone. All right, criminal mischief. This is April 5th, 2013. Wait. So that would be, that other one was just like March, right? They left headed towards a pole. Two were, one with the WN, the mail. This is like the dispatch stuff, right? Like the on the radio, I'm guessing, because there's a few of these in here, and that's what it seems like. It's like one lives at the Barrington apartment, trying to make contact with suspect. House ran to right behind it, coming back around. What charges do we have? JD, we're on Pimlico. ND resisting. JD, where do 9 leaves? Do you want me to come in on Pimlico? I'm sure. Think we lost him. Black hair, about 220. Black shorts, red shirt. Ran behind. Just bolo Adam. Don't think we have enough to put a dog on the ground. Where's the Chet from? Says, where are we now? The other direction. He lost a shoe in the chase. Climbing the fence. You light Pimlico. So you guys understand what's going on. He's like running from the cops basically, and they're trying to get him. T4, the house. I'm shining my light over. Yup, using the ditch to run parallel to Pimlico. Keep Shannon Lakes and Pimlico hot. Going to try to keep flushing. Gonna try to keep flushing him north along this ditch. Wilmot, which way is he going? Last running north. I don't hear any noise, so he probably bedded down. Someone driving down Shannon Lake. Secure my car for me, please. Going to go in the backyard. Your car in the middle of the road. Should be me if it's the middle of Shannon Lakes. 2 units in. It says, others on Shannon Lake. Might want to go to Benbrush. Last crashing through behind. I don't think he left the area. And then he's going behind Pimlico. Got him over here further down. North Shannon Lakes. Chain link fence. Come up north. Somebody's got him. I think it's Sellington. T4, we've got a visual on him. He's compliant at this point. Trying to make my way through. Let's see. So that was Wade Wilson, criminal mischief, April 4th. So think about it. March is when he freaking stole her phone and then just was disappeared. He admitted it because he went back to that Buzz's house, but then disappeared, of course, when he needed to pay the $100, so his mom pays it. Now he's running from the cops here and he gets caught. Criminal history, yes. Search warrant, or wait, and arrest information, yes. And then no uniform. Deputies report, no. Wait, what does it say? No criminal history. I don't know. It don't make no sense. Of course he had criminal history by then. Photo of defendant, no. Search warrant. Or maybe he didn't, because he was 18. Yeah. Yeah, because I swear he had some arrests when I don't know. I swear there was some before he was 18, but okay. Yeah, because look, violation of probation. So I don't know what they were checking. Criminal mischief, resisting officer without violence to his person. So those are the offenses. Victims, which I don't know why that. Yeah, there's the victim. Arrestees is Wade. Let's see what he's got for it now. He's 18 still, of course. Hairstyle, straight. Hair length, short. Facial hair, complexion, nothing else besides height, 6'2", weight, 205. And unemployer, school address, yeah, employer not unknown. He had a black shirt, red shorts. Wait, hold on one second. Let me make sure that I didn't. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay. So yeah, he's witnesses. We got a couple witnesses here. And wow, there's a lot of witnesses. There's some redaction stuff here. Property, house, window. Oh, that's what this is. That's right. Sorry, guys. I did go over this, but I've been going over this for days because, like I said, it was like 800 pages. So everything is like, whew, combined in my head. But yeah, okay. There's actually a picture I have to show you. The house window, he freaking. Okay, so house window destroyed, damaged, vandalized. So unemployed, unemployed for occupation. So here's again, damage, property, criminal mischief, resisting officer, and violation of probation or community control. So here's what happened. So on 4/5/2013, approximately 2:25 hours, Blank called the Leon County Sheriff's Office in reference to several people in his yard. Blank told dispatch that a male broke his window. I responded to Blank's house located at blank and made contact with him. His friend Michael and blank Don, who owns the house. Blank stated a male by the name of Wade Wilson came to his house and began to shout obscenities at him. Blank believed Wade was there because he had been talking to Wade's girlfriend, Janelle. And I don't know if you guys remember, I had went over some stuff on this case when I went over all his arrest history. So remember that guy was basically talking to his girlfriend. He got really mad and wanted to go over and fight him. Well, he ended up going over, had Janelle drive him to the house, and then he breaks the window, right? Anyway, it says blank did not answer the door or go outside. So Wade began yelling at him through his bedroom window. Wade then punched the window, causing it to break. Blank said David left in a silver passenger car. I interviewed Michael, who provided the same statement as Blank. Michael stated Wade came to the house and began to shout at Blank through his bedroom window. Wade then punched the window, causing it to break because Blank would not come outside. You know, the crazy thing is the stuff, it's a little bit different because I mean, they have more stuff, on this stuff, but you can look up the incident report on this. And that's what I did for when I went over it like months ago. And this stuff, you could get it online and the names aren't redacted. Isn't that crazy? So then these are the ones that you order and they redact the names, but they don't on the ones online. Now they're not the same exactly, but it's just weird. Yeah, because all the names were on there. I'll pull them up like sometime. Anyway, so yeah, because I didn't redact these. These came like this. Anyway, so Michael stated Wade came to the house and began to shout at Blank through his bedroom window. When Wade then punched the window, causing it to break because blank wouldn't come outside. I observed the window on the front of the house to the left of the front door. The window was broken and glass was lying on the ground outside beneath the window. The pine straw beneath the window was also recently disturbed as if somebody had been standing in it. And here, let me show you the picture of it. Here it is. So oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on, I clicked on the wrong one. Wait, where is it? Pics of, oh wait, pick of, there it is. Here it is. Here. That's the window he punched with his hand. Because he wanted to fight the guy, I guess. Okay. Anyway, where we at? The window was broken and glass was lying on the ground outside beneath the window. The pine straw beneath the window was also recently disturbed as if someone was been standing in it. I asked Dawn what she wished to have done. Dawn stated she wanted to press charges. As I was talking to Blank, Michael, and Dawn, I observed a white Honda Civic drive north past the house. Blank told me that's them. Blank said the Honda belonged to David Becker. I knew where David lived because I have dealt with him in the past on a previous criminal cases. I responded to David's house located at Blank Drive. I observed a male and female in the yard standing next to a silver car. As I drove up and parked in the driveway, the male and female immediately walked to the house and went inside as if they were trying to avoid me. I knocked on the door. David's father opened the door, and then same male and female walked back out. I asked the male what his name was, and he stated he was Wade Wilson. Wade said he went to Blank's house because Blank texted him that he wanted to fight. Wade said he never stepped out of his girlfriend's Janelle's car. Wade also said he did not break the window. I interviewed Janelle. Janelle stated Wade requested that she drive him to Blank's house. Janelle said she drove him there because Blank had been texted them. So Blank had been texting them that he wanted to fight and asked them to meet him at the Circle K and several other places. I asked Janelle if Wade got out of the car. Janelle stated he did, but he only went a couple feet away from the car and did not break the window. Janelle later admitted that Wade walked all the way up to the house, but she did not want to tell me what Wade did. Janelle stated she never saw Wade break the window. David Blank drove home and I made contact with him. David stated he also went to Blank's house because Wade wanted to fight Blank. David told me Blank would not come outside, so Wade punched the window. I walked back over to Wade. I asked Wade one last time if he broke the window. Wade stated he did not. I told Wade to stand up and place his arms behind his back because he was under arrest. I told Wade several more times to stand up and place his arms behind his back because he was reluctant to do so. Wade stood up from the front porch steps he was sitting on and started walking up the steps. I, along with Deputy J.D. Johnson, told Wade to stop. Wade shouted, "F you guys," and jumped off the porch and started running. As Wade was running, Deputy Johnson deployed his M26 laser, and Wade continued to run across Shannon Lakes towards Pimlico Drive. I chased after Wade. Wade jumped a fence, and I lost track of where he went. Other deputies responded and set up a perimeter. Deputy Wilmot located Wade behind the house at Blank Drive. I arrested Wade and brought him to Leon County Jail without further incident. Dispatch confirmed Wade was on probation for burglary. I charged Wade with criminal mischief, resisting a violation of probation. Okay, so here's some people's statements. This is, wait. I must have accidentally, hold on. Redacted his name. I only wanted to redact because I did redact the address and phone number. Sorry, sometimes it does that. Like, I didn't do this. Like, what's this? I swear Adobe's messed up. It like makes extra things, but oh well. So somebody, I don't know who, he says, oh, I have a little cheat sheet. I guess I could read it. It's not that bad of writing. I was playing video games while I noticed headlights outside my house. I grabbed my friend and went to Blank. As we looked out, As we looked out the window, I saw Wade Wilson standing in my backyard yelling. We waited a few moments and he walked up and punched my window and broke my window. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe the name was redacted because maybe they did that. Because look, that would have been his signature, and I wouldn't have redacted the name on this. So I wonder if they had done it. Huh. Anyway, so David Becker says, we went to Blank's house, me, Wade, Wilson, Janelle, and Caitlin. Blank, Wade Wilson tried to fight Blank, and Blank wouldn't come outside. Yeah, because I didn't redact any of these names. These were all redacted now that I'm thinking about it. That's right. They did for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, Wade Wilson tried to fight Blank, and Blank wouldn't come outside. So Wade broke the window, and I told him not to about 5 times, but he did. So I wanted to read that again. Okay. Now we got Michael says, I'm going to use my cheat sheet for this one. I had typed it out. Oh, hold on. Oh. Is there a way to open? Yeah, there we go. There. Okay. Says, I was over at Redacted's house playing a video game when Redacted noticed headlights outside in the front yard. We weren't expecting anyone, so he pulled me out of the living room and into his room where we turned off the lights and remained silent. We watched, and I couldn't make out that because look, it like wore off. So I have no idea. We'll watch something. I think we watched as the individuals, probably as the individuals who I quickly recognized to be Janelle, redacted, and I think that's her last name that's redacted. Caitlin, redacted. Oh, it's their last names. Okay. And Wade Wilson. We walked up, redacted, and Wade punched through Redacted's bedroom window while Redacted came to the front door. All 3 individuals get back into the silver Hyundai they were driving and left, in which we called the sheriff's office. And then it says, I responded to Blank to assist Deputy Chet Wilson with a criminal mischief case. Upon the conclusion of Deputy Wilson's investigation, it was determined that probable cause existed for the arrest of Wade Wilson. Deputy Wilson instructed the suspect, Wade Wilson, to stand up, place his hands behind his back. Wade stood up, jumped up onto the porch of the house, and ran away. Both Deputy Wilson and I yelled for Wade to stop. He said, F you guys, and continued to run. I deployed my taser. However, only one probe hit Wilson. He continued to run northbound away from us. Deputy Wilson gave chase on foot while I drove around the block. Oh, so Deputy Wilson basically, chased him on foot. The other guy drove around the block in an attempt to cut Wilson off. Wilson was located a short time later, approximately 1 block from the contact location. I then responded to Blank Drive, where I photographed the window broken out by Wilson. I also obtained sworn statements from 2 witnesses to the criminal mischief. Okay, so now we have December 15th, 2014, theft larceny. So grand theft larceny is, It's 300 to 5,000. Dealing in stolen property, given false verification of ownership of pawned items, false entry, possession of a firearm, ammunition, or concealed weapon by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm by a minor under 18, accident, given false information, making a false report at a crash. We have the victims, Julia, Patrick, and then notes, victim. Okay. Yeah, that's just reading the charges. Gold buyers. Suspects is Adam, Corey, and arrested is Sidney and Wade. So wait. We got 2 suspects that they didn't arrest, I guess. So Adam's 23. Corey was 18. That arrested, we have Sidney, 16, is a male, was arrested, and Wade was 20 at the time, and he was arrested. Um, but yeah, so his charges, he was arrested for possession of a firearm, ammunition, or concealed weapon by a convicted felon, grand theft of a firearm, accident, giving false information, making false report at crash. And another one that's arrested is Tyler, and he's 15. So Wade, we're gonna watch. This is the one that actually has one interview from this case, and then the other interviews. Wait, there's 4. What is the 4th one? Hold on a second. Now I forget, because maybe there's 2 from that case. Give me 1 second. Let me look. No. There's 3 from the Bryan case and 1 from this case. Okay. So, yeah. So he's like 20 years old hanging out with a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old. Basically manipulating them, telling them like just a bad influence, like, oh, let's steal the gun and we'll sell it, just anyway. So yeah, and then we have a witness, Reed Campbell, Randy, which is Tyler's dad, which is who they stole it from. Okay, so and they stole jewelry too. So they stole, the weapons. They stole, and they have it redacted, but they're guns. Okay. So there's one that has a $200 value, another one is a $200 value, another one. So 3 guns, they each have $200 values. So it's $600. There's a gold pearl ring. They valued at 100, a gold multicolor stone at 100, gold coin ring 200, gold chain with cross 200, gold beaded chain. I have pictures of these too. I'll show you in a minute. Gold beaded chain is 100. Property receipt $1, I guess, or 1 property receipt. 1 women's ring with offsetting center with purple round stone on each. They must not have known the price, I guess. Oh no, that does say 200. Never mind. But what is this? Oh, the person probably had a receipt for it. I see. Maybe. Anyway, a woman's ring with rectangular faced opal is 150. Yeah, this one was 200. 1 consent to search form. Okay, so let me show you the pictures of some of that stuff. So the guns that's one of them, and then there's 2 that were, wait, that's the wrong one. No, hold on. These are the rifles, and you'll see how they end up getting in like an accident, and you'll see how that all happens, how they get caught. But here's some of the jewelry that they stole from family. I mean, he freaking basically from these 15 and 16-year-olds family. So this is a 20-year-old ex-felon is hanging out with these young minors and getting them to freaking steal things from their family. It's just crazy. Sorry, I'm going fast, but I'm just No, not Annie, Michaela, no Jesse call, but I'm waiting for them to respond in January and February. Where is those call logs? Because that's what I requested. So I'm waiting to see like I said, either they're gonna say that there is no calls from that, or they screwed up and they'll send them to me. Okay, so that's the pictures. Hold on one second though. Ugh, scroll up. All right. Now we're gonna go back to what happened. Okay. So now, so narrative 12/15/2014. On December 14th, it'd be December 15th, 2014, I responded to Old Settlement Road in reference to a theft of arms. I spoke to Julia, who stated in essence, her son Sidney had two friends over at the residence on December 1st. The friends were identified by Sidney as Wade Wilson and Tyler Ogden. Sidney admitted to giving one of his parents blanks, parents, whatever, guns, I'm sure, to Mr. Ogden. To Mr. Ogden, which was Tyler, right? Wait, so he admitted to giving his parents guns, I'm sure is what's redacted, who advised he was going to sell the gun at an unknown location. Mr. Wester and her husband noticed on today's date that a blank are also missing. They were both propped up against the gun cabinet in the master bedroom. So you'll see the kid is Sidney. It was the interview that we have. You'll see he admits to that one small gun. I don't know what it's called. I showed you the picture, not the rifles, but he doesn't admit to giving them the rifles. So he's just like, if they got them, like I didn't give them to him. So I don't know. I mean, knowing Wade, if he's seen him, I could see him like just stealing them though and be like, oh, let's grab those. And he never gave him permission. But anyway. So yeah, he admitted to giving him the one gun, but then the two rifles were propped up against the gun cabinet in the master bedroom. Miss Wester advised she asked Sidney if he saw Mr. Ogden or Mr. Wilson take any other guns from the residence. And Sidney stated they left the residence with only one that he gave Mr. Ogden. Miss Wester stated, or Miss Wester advised she is missing several jewelry items from her bedroom as well. She was looking at her jewelry on December 14th, 2014, while cleaning, and she noticed 3 gold rings and 2 necklaces had been stolen. She stated she believes the last time she saw these specific jewelry items were several months prior. She had a gold ring with a white pearl, a gold ring with 3 multicolor stones, a gold ring in a jewelry box underneath the sink in the master bedroom, sink, I'm sure. She stated Sidney knows the small box with rings is kept under the master bathroom sink. The 2 necklaces, including a gold chain with a gold cross and a gold beaded chain, were sitting on top of the dresser in the master bedroom. Miss Wester advised Sidney admitted to taking 2 of her rings and selling them. He assured Miss Wester that he did not give Mr. Ogden or Mr. Wilson permission to take any jewelry, and that he only took 2 rings. However, there are 5 rings in total missing. Sidney stated Mr. Ogden and Mr. Wilson left the residence with only the gun, I'm sure he's saying, right? In conversation with his mother, he also stated he was near both Mr. Ogden and Wilson the entire time they were inside the residence. Mr. Wester advised Mr. Ogden, who is 15 years old and is a childhood friend of Sidney's, Mr. Ogden has recently been using drugs and is currently attending a drug behavior rehabilitation facility in Panama City. Mr. Wester advised her residence has never been burglarized, and there's no reasonable explanation for stolen items. She also stated Mr. Ogden and Mr. Wilson have been to the residence numerous times by Sidney's invitation. Both Mr. Ogden and Mr. Wilson have drug addictions and have been in recent trouble for thefts. The approximate total of the stolen jewelry items is $600. and the approximate total of the stolen firearms is 600. Miss Wester does not have the serial numbers to the stolen guns because they are old. Due to the locations of where the guns were stolen, I was unable to process anything. They were not in the gun cabinet or secured at all. The dresser where the jewelry was taken from was not processed for prints due to Miss Western cleaning it on December 14th. It is unknown at this time if Sidney gave Mr. Ogden and Wade the two outstanding firearms and jewelry to sell, or if he has taken and sold them himself. Miss Wester advised she has been in contact with Detective Henderson prior to this call for service. They have a meeting on December 14th or December 16th for Sidney to be interviewed in regards to this incident. In an unrelated incident involving Mr. Wilson, I provide Mrs. Wester with the agency case number on the scene. On 12/15, I received a call from Julia Wester, who advised that her son, Sidney Wester, is involved in criminal activity with Wade Wilson and Tyler Ogden. Wait, is this? Hold on, I want to see something. Okay. Okay. Sidney told her the other day that he gave Wade or Tyler blank to sell. She has also been in contact with Mr. Randy Ogden, Tyler's father, who is also missing several firearms, which he suspects Tyler and Wade stole. Mr. Ogden also told her about the firearms that were recovered from the vehicle crash Wade and Tyler were involved in on 12/2/14. Mrs. Wester suspects the firearms belong to her husband and has since filed a report for 3 firearms and several items of jewelry that are missing. Mrs. Wester advised that she would bring Sidney in for an interview on 12/16/14. Oh, thanks. Wait, I thanked you, right, Sarah? And then thank you, Dark Sea. Thank you guys for gifted memberships. You guys are awesome. All right, where are we at? Is this interesting to you guys or no? Don't worry, we get to the Brian stuff soon too. That's a really interesting case. I just wanted to kind of go in order as the documents go. Okay, so so the interview, which we'll get to watch that. That's the one interview we have about this case is the Sidney one. On 12/16/14, Mr. and Mrs. Wester arrived at the sheriff's office with Sidney. And post Miranda, Sidney was asked if he knew while he was being interviewed. He stated he was there about blank that he gave to Tyler to sell. I asked him if the firearm belonged to him, and he said that it belonged to his father. I asked Sidney where he got them, and he said he got them from blank. Sidney said Tyler and Wade showed up at his house around 1300 hours, which, wait, that's 1 o'clock. Where is it? He said, yeah, I guess. And 2-2, Wade was driving his white SUV, but parked down the road because he knows that Sidney's parents don't want him at the residence. He said that Wade waited in the living room while he and Tyler went to get the gun. I then asked why he gave the gun to Tyler to sell, and he said to get money to buy a PlayStation for gaming. Here, I'm going to skip this because we're actually going to watch this interview, so why am I going to read a summary of it, right? Yeah, I'll skip the part about him and then we could watch it. But I want to see where I want to pick up at, though. Here, we could watch that real quick and then I'll continue. All right. I should have the audio shared. Let me know. I shouldn't have to redo it, but I should just do it in case. So the deal was not knowing. All right. I'll just do it fresh so I know it's good. Okay. So this is the interview with that Sidney guy that we were just talking about. Oh, let me share my screen.
What did you miss it? Just late, or was it snowed in?
It snowed. Took a wrong turn. He said he got there and they shut the door.
How'd that happen? Jane could write that story.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like something out of the TV shows. All I can say, baby, we're scared.
All right, just got a couple questions I need to answer, but before I do, gotta advise you your rights, okay? You got the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You got the right to talk to your lawyer you have in prison with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, won't be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. You can decide any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statement. Do you understand each of these rights? All right. Why are you here today?
I don't know, to be, questioned about what happened, that Monday, that the gun was, I gave them the gun and then they crashed.
Okay, what day was that?
It was that Monday of, I don't even know the date of Monday, I thought.
2 weeks ago from Monday, from previous Monday. Should have been the Monday before Thanksgiving.
Okay. Because, let's see, the crash occurred on the 2nd.
Of December?
December 2nd.
Okay, that was it. I'm sorry. That was the Monday after Thanksgiving. It's been like a blur. Because I knew Tyler was on the lam then.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the day he was supposed to go away. So it was the 2nd that they showed up at the house.
Okay. Yeah, so that was a Tuesday, so that first was a Monday. That day they came to my house?
Well, they crashed right after they came to my house.
They crashed on Tuesday.
It must have been Tuesday. I don't know. Then all I know is they crashed directly after they came.
What time did they come to the house?
About 1 o'clock.
Did they call you? Say they were coming, they just popped up?
Woke me up. I was asleep and I heard the doorbell and I walked down and I saw Tyler there.
Where were they driving?
I didn't see the car. They parked over in like the pasture over in the neighbor's yard, because they didn't know if my parents were here. But I guess they had the, Wade's car, which was a white SUV.
Okay. So why did they park down the road and not just pull up in the driveway?
In case my parents were here. They didn't want to pull up and, maybe my mom or dad was here.
So they only come when your parents aren't there?
Well, they had no idea. That's why they came. They
Well,
came.
what I'm saying is, if your parents had been there, they wouldn't have showed up. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, they wouldn't have, of course, they wouldn't have come up to the house.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because, they wouldn't want them over.
Okay. So why didn't you send them away then, if you know your parents don't want them there?
Well, I was just talking to them. They came all the way out there, so I said, all right.
But you already know your parents don't want them there, so why invite them in?
Well, I don't know. Just let them in.
That's smart.
No, but they've been over. Tyler's been over to my house many times, so I'm going to say, hey, get out of here.
Yeah, you know your parents don't want them there.
Well,
I mean, me personally, if my parents didn't want somebody there and they showed up, I'd say, hey, man, you got to go. That's me. So, so they showed up, and what happened after they showed up?
Well, we went and sat outside on the rocking chairs for a minute, and then Tyler came in, and we went into my, her room.
Why?
To get the money for the gun. Because, I wanted, some money for like a new PlayStation or something. And he said he could sell the gun for me.
So which gun did you give him? How much you gave him?
I didn't give him, you can't sell on the street. You have to give him, something. So I gave him, that's the only gun that would ever, be able to be sold.
It's not true.
I don't know anybody who would buy it. Well, it was his father's, so no.
Exactly. It's not. So why would you give somebody a gun to sell on the street?
Because I need money. I want money for a PlayStation. That gun, I customized that gun, I put new stock on it, I did a lot for that gun, And he never liked it, so I kind of looked at it as my own.
So you gave somebody a gun to sell on the street, which is, they probably gonna sell it to some thug that's gonna end up killing somebody with it. Or a PlayStation.
Actually, no, because the guy I thought they might sell it to, he just collects them. But I had no idea.
Who are they gonna sell it to?
I don't know. I thought they were going to sell it to, I don't know his name, but some guy who lives in Clorne. I don't know. I just heard about him. They collect.
What'd you hear about him?
I just heard that he collects guns. He pays some money for it, good money for them.
What's his name?
I don't know. They told me his name. I had no idea. Never met him.
Okay. I'm gonna stop you right here. Okay. I'm not gonna waste my time simply talking to you if you're not gonna tell me the truth, okay? I don't want half of the truth. I don't want some of the truth. I want to know the truth, okay? Don't come in here and lie to me, because if I find out you're lying to me, I'm gonna add some charges onto you, okay? So don't sit up here and lie to me. So they came to your house that day specifically to get a gun, right? Okay. So how did they end up with 3 guns?
I have no idea. I mean, you think I'm lying? I ain't lying about that. Again, he knows it. I have no idea. They had other guns.
Where were the other guns at?
No. I never gave him another gun. I just gave him one gun. But I mean, apparently after all that happened, and hearing about how they hit some warehouse or something, I imagine they probably did that before they came and got me, and they had guns.
How did you hear about the warehouse?
He told me. Like 3 days later, he said, Tyler's dad, Randy, was all mad because he thought I was with him when they did the warehouse.
Were you with them?
No, I wasn't. I was asleep. They woke me up at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday. Yeah, so he told me, and that was the first time I heard about it.
Who woke you up?
Tyler. They rung the doorbell. Tyler rung the doorbell.
Tyler and who?
Wade. Wade was sitting on the rocket chair. Tyler was ringing the doorbell.
And they told you they went into the warehouse?
No, they never told me nothing about any other guns, nothing.
So they woke you up Tuesday, they come over there to get the gun from you?
Yeah, well, they didn't originally come to get the gun. I just was talking to him, and then I knew he'd get some money, and I wanted to, get a PlayStation, so I gave him the gun.
Couldn't they buy you a PlayStation?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, it's like a $500 PlayStation. $500 PlayStation.
What you gonna get a PlayStation for?
Yeah, PS4. Yeah.
$399. I got one. You get them for $320 now. So $500 to get a PlayStation, that's bullcrap.
Plus games, I guess, but
So you knew they were coming to get that gun, didn't you?
No, I had no idea they were going to come in the first place. I was asleep. I had no idea they were coming.
Okay, so they just show up and all of a sudden you get on a conversation of selling a gun to get a PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean, I've already been talking to them about it.
How old are you?
I'm 16.
16. How old is Wade?
I think he just turned 20.
Why are you even hanging around him?
Well, I don't really. No, I mean...
So somebody that you don't hang around with just pops up at your house, you let him in and give him a gun to go sell.
I never gave a gun this way.
Who did you get a gun to?
I gave Tyler. Tyler and me were the only ones talking about it.
How old is Tyler?
He's 15.
Okay, so who's Tyler going to sell a gun to?
Well, Wade knows people, and they trust me. Tyler knows people. I don't know how, but he...
You do know how.
I guess he through Wade. That's all I know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know he's a dopehead. He just got out of prison, so why are you hanging around him?
Well, I didn't know he went to prison at the time, but I never really hung around him.
So you got a convict in your parents' house. Okay? He just got out of prison. He's going back to prison. Okay? For being around guns, he's not even supposed to be in possession of a gun. Okay? So, were you with them when they went to that warehouse?
I was not.
Okay. Yeah, I'm waiting from the guy.
Okay.
Yeah, guess what's gonna happen?
I mean, nothing, because I wasn't there. I mean,
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So, back to the guns. You give a 15-year-old kid to go sell to somebody. Okay. Why can't you get him to go sell a gun if you want somebody to do it the legit way?
So, I mean, he's too busy doing.
And I didn't redact that because Wait a minute.
Another thing, you know, he has to work and then he, you know, comes home about 7 o'clock at night, you know, I never do anything with him.
Okay. Don't you think you could have put it on Craigslist? Had him put it on Craigslist or something if you want to sell it? You get some money?
No, I don't. I
Why not?
do that.
Hold on a
You wouldn't agree to anything that I would want to do. So I doubt you wouldn't do that.
So was that your gun or his gun?
Well, legally it was my grandfather's gun, so I guess he inherited it.
That was his gun, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you gave it away to a convict. Well, gave it away to Tyler, who's going to give it to the convict to go sell.
I guess so, yeah.
You guess. How dumb is that?
Well, I mean, not so smart, I guess.
Well, judging by your posture, you don't really give a care, do you?
I mean, all I did was give them the gun. I didn't know all this other stuff that happened. I didn't know they hit some warehouse. I didn't think they were
So,
going to an accident.
let me paint a picture for you. You give them that gun. They go out and kill somebody. Guess who's going to prison with them? Well.
They didn't kill nobody. I understand. I understand.
It didn't happen, but it could have happened. Tyler's a drug head, so is Wade. How you gonna sit here and say they're not gonna kill somebody? You don't know what they'll do.
I'm not Tyler since 2nd grade.
Well, you know he's a drug head, then, don't you?
He just started doing a little bit of drugs, yeah.
A little bit of drugs.
Yeah, in the past year. And I haven't seen him that long in the past year anyways.
Okay, you call it a little bit of drugs. His dad about to go drive himself crazy, worrying about it. And it's just a little bit of drugs to you. What type of drugs does he do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not as...
That's your best friend. He's been coming to your house for the longest, according to you. You supposed to know this.
I guess, at the time, maybe Xanax.
What else?
That's what Wade was on. Wade was passed out half the time on Xanax. That's all that's the only thing I knew they were on at the time.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened to your mom's jewelry?
I don't know. I mean, other than the rings, I don't know what happened to...
What rings?
She had some rings.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to them?
I mean, I took them.
What did you do with them?
I sold them.
To who?
To one of those, what do you call them? Buyers, like gold buyers.
When did you do that?
I don't know, maybe a couple weeks ago.
So you walked into a gold bar and you sold them to them yourself?
No, I had somebody ready.
Who did you have sell it?
I think who it was. I don't know his whole name. It was some guy named Corey.
Some guy named Corey.
I don't know his last name.
Black guy, white guy?
White guy.
Where you know him from?
He's a friend of one of my friends.
So you called him. How did you get in contact with him?
I was with my friend.
What friend?
Nick.
Nick what?
Nick.
Do you know any of your friends' real name?
Yeah, but Nick. I know Nick's last name. Can't remember it.
But he's your friend.
I know him since middle school, but I don't remember his last name right now. I didn't know contact.
So you had Corey
Mm-hmm.
pawn the rings for you.
Mm-hmm.
Where at?
Gold bars.
Which one?
Circle.
Apple Circle, northeast, northwest?
Well, it's just near, what is it, Calico Jacks?
Dude, I didn't realize this was over 2 hours because I was listening to it today when I was redacting it. I feel like I thought it was only like 15, 20 minutes. That's what it felt like. So I don't know what to do because if we listen to all this, I mean, we're definitely not going to get to the Brian case. If I would have realized, I would have planned it like we'll do this like this time we'll do. I wanted to kind of start maybe with I don't know the Brian stuff. I wanted because that stuff's interesting. Maybe I'll do that in part 2. But I don't know. 2 hours. What do you guys think I should do? I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it kept my interest that long. I guess that's why I didn't realize it was that long. So the mom, it's interesting though because I kept expecting the mom to be like, because have you guys ever seen like interviews where like the parents are there and they'll be like, they're more like, if they answer it, like if they're not being respectful or something, it's like, no, like they'll like give them a look or be like, watch it or whatever, give him some kind of like guidance because he's like digging himself in a hole. Like the way he's talking to him and his attitude, and you'll see the detective gets this attitude. Now the detective's talking to him crappy too, but the detective basically holds his future in his hands because he can like these could be possible felonies. You know what I'm saying? So so it's like his mom is just kind of like sitting there just letting the kid talk like all almost like a way a kid should not be talking to the authority. If he's in trouble, he should give him a little bit more respect and kind of like it's just I don't know. That's how I would think because this guy has some power over him, but she's just sitting there like letting him dig himself a hole basically. It's crazy. Um okay.
How long ago was that?
I don't know, I did it different times.
Okay.
Last week and then maybe the week before.
Is this going to be too fast? 1.5?
Let's go Corey's first name.
I guess see a little.
Yeah.
How old is he?
I think 18.
It makes it not for
Is he
me,
in
but
school, out of school?
I guess out.
You guess?
I don't know nothing about him. Yeah, I guess he's out
What?
of school.
Let me stop. What do you know? You don't know anything about the people that you hang around with.
I mean, other than, yeah, I do, but,
wait, did you guys like it at the half speed? I mean, I listen to stuff like that quick all the time, but I know if you're not used to it, it might be hard. Let me know because I'm scared because it's already kind of hard to hear because the audio is not the best quality, but I wish they had 1.25 speed, but let me know here. If it's too fast, just tell me.
About what day did you go there and sell the rings?
last week and week before, I don't know.
What day?
What do you think? I don't know.
Did you drive up there?
I did drive.
Okay. What did you drive?
My mom's upstairs.
Did you go in with him?
I did.
Where you wearing?
I have to jacket on.
It's harder to hear.
What you do with the money that you got for the rings?
For gas.
Can you just ask them for gas money?
I don't get gas money. Okay.
Why not?
I mean, I get a gas money every once in a while, but I drive a lot.
You drive a lot. You in school?
Well, it's not right now.
Why not?
For virtual.
Why aren't you in school?
I dropped out.
It is too fast. It's like I could understand him. I could understand both of them, but I could see if people aren't used to it, it'd be hard to hear him. It's hard for some reason because he's talking kind of low. I'm just gonna keep it at regular. I don't know. I just feel like some people, or they're gonna have a trouble here understanding.
Full virtual. I'm doing full virtual.
Why did you drop out?
I don't know. I didn't like school all that.
What school were you at?
John Paul.
Why didn't you like that?
I'm like, I don't know.
Gotta be a reason.
It's one of those,
Cause they don't let thugs, knuckleheads go to school there?
it's just one of those Catholic schools.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know, I just didn't like, I had 7 classes, one of them was religion, just, I'd rather get my education, not have to worry about all that other crap they got.
All that other crap.
Because it's a hard school to go to. They're tough.
They're tough
Yeah.
because they want you to do right. Right.
I don't know.
That's why you don't like it, because they want you to do right.
No.
They want you to end up being a productive young man. That's why you don't like it.
Guess not.
Most people just don't drop out of school just because they don't like the school.
Well, guess what I like to do.
Okay. So, how much did you get for the rings?
I think first time I got like 200. Second time I got 310.
You got the pawn slip?
No.
Who's got them, Corey?
I think the guy threw them away. I don't think Corey wanted them. I don't know.
Okay. What did you get? What happened to her necklaces?
I don't know.
Did you take Wade them in your mom's room?
Hmm?
Wade and Tyler?
Wade didn't go in the room. Tyler didn't.
What business does he have?
They're getting the gun.
And he couldn't stay outside in the living room?
Yeah, he's been in that house 50 times, so
How many times has he been in your mom's room?
probably enough.
While she was there?
She wasn't there.
Like, again, what business does he have being in her room?
I don't know.
Dude, I'm 30. I don't even go in my parents' room without asking him to go in there.
All right.
See, you got a real nonchalant attitude, and that's going to be your downfall. I can tell you that right now.
All right.
Okay? You committed, I don't know how many felonies right now. Okay? And you're, 16 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to go to prison?
Nope.
Apparently you do.
Not really.
You want to end up being somebody's booty buddy?
Nope.
Apparently you do.
I love that he just said that. He's like, you want to be somebody's booty buddy? Because he's like, you committed like, what do you say? How many felonies? Like, you want to go to prison? Apparently you do, because he's just like attitude, like he's not caring. And it's like, I get it. I mean, the way he's being back, but actually it's just, he's being that way. The detective's being that way to him is because the attitude he has. I don't get how the mother is just sitting back letting this happen. Unless, as I'm watching this earlier, I'm thinking, unless she's pissed off at him and wants him in trouble because he freaking stole their guns and jewelry. So maybe she wants him to go to jail or something. I don't know. But you think if she doesn't, why isn't she kind of guiding him to be like, stop talking to him like that? That guy is not liking it. I don't know.
Nope.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, booty buddy.
You sitting here, you don't have any. Are you remorseful for anything that you've done?
Like what? Selling rings? Yeah.
You sold your mama rings you done gave away. They could have got killed with. And you sitting here acting like you hadn't done anything. So you steal your mom's rings and sell them for gas money.
Mm-hmm.
You give somebody out on the streets and sell to God knows who.
Mm-hmm.
And you sit there like you don't care. You upset with your parents about something?
Mm-hmm.
You got to be. I mean, because all they got to do is say the word, and and you going to jail. I'm gonna lock you up.
Mm-hmm.
But what I want to know is how Wade ended up with these other 2 guns.
Well, I don't know. Really. I mean, are they Randy's guns?
No, they're not.
Well, then I have no idea. They didn't steal them from the warehouse, and if they didn't get them from my house, then I have no idea. Because I only gave them 1 gun.
Where were the other guns at?
Well, they had
Were they in the gun case?
well, there's a few in the gun case.
Was there some outside the gun case?
Yeah.
What was outside?
I don't know, like, my 20 outside near the gun case was only 1.
What model is that shotgun?
Let's say, that's 28.
But also that Remington was outside. They were together. They were laying there together.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, right real close.
In the right corner of the gun case.
That was the big thing. We wanted to see if those were for sure. The other 2 were our guns too. Because that makes it all different.
Go for it. I'm gonna be as surprised as you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't believe you. I think you gave them all 3 of those guns
Well, I didn't.
because were you with them the entire time they were there?
I was.
Okay.
Wade never went in that room. It was just me and Tyler in that room.
Where was Wade at when you guys were in the room?
He was outside. I mean, not he wasn't outside. He was out in the kitchen.
Okay. How long were you guys in the bedroom?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
So you go look in the closet to get what was Wade doing? I mean, Tyler doing.
He was right there with me. We were looking at, the guns. You know?
Did you give him some ammo?
I gave him a box
Mm-hmm.
of rounds. Didn't give him a clip.
Well, I'm going to bring this up. Hold on 1 second, because it's going to come up on this screen. I just want to make sure. I want to get his birthday and his name so I could, his full name, because I'm going to look up his record. So he's just, hold on. Let me pull this up so I can put it over. Or here, let me just look at it now when I have you guys. So then I don't have to move it. And then sometimes it's hard to move this just from screen to screen when I have a ton of tabs open. Sidney Wester. Okay. Sidney Wester. He's about what? Hold on. Wait, I don't want to lose my place. Shoot. Hold on. Was lying about all the selling the gun. Yeah, I want to read this after. So wait, 34. Hold on, guys. 34. Because didn't it say, I swear it gave his birthday up here. Hold on, just give me 1 minute. Sorry, guys. Well, hold on. I'll just move it over here and try to do it on my own time here. Sometimes, there we go. I got her. All right, here you go.
Was there one in the gun?
No. We actually had to fix the gun because the receiver was broken. And, yeah.
Did you hear them talking about going into the storage shed?
No.
No?
I didn't say nothing about any of that.
You been to Georgia recently with them?
Mm-hmm.
You heard them talking about going to Georgia?
No.
Okay. Reason why I asked because I just got another call from for Randy yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody writing checks on a closed account.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked with the guys up in Thomasville. Up in Thomasville.
I hadn't been to Thomasville, so no.
Okay. I need you to find out who, what Corey's name is for me. How soon can you do that?
Well, I don't know.
What does he drive?
He drives a white, like Explorer. It's an SUV.
Oh, the newer model?
I guess an older model.
About what year?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know, somewhere in the mid-2000s, I guess.
What do you think should happen to the person that stole your mom's jewelry and the guns?
Mm-hmm. Her decision.
I didn't ask for her decision. I said, what do you think should happen to him?
I don't know.
If it was your stuff, what do you think should happen to the person that stole it?
I don't know. I mean,
So if somebody breaks in your house and steal your guns and jewelry, you don't know what should happen to them? You wouldn't want to prosecute it?
well, it depends on who it was.
See, that's why he thinks he could just talk to the detective like he wants and just give it an attitude, because he thinks that it's just up to his mom, and his mom won't press charges on him, and he's fine. So he could just have an attitude with this guy and no biggie. That's what he's thinking. Anyway, sorry.
That's the response of a guilty man. So you can sit here and tell me all day that you didn't give him. You gave him those guns.
I gave him one gun.
Gave him all three of them.
Whatever you say.
Yeah. You did.
I didn't.
So you telling me if somebody broke in your house, stole everything out of your house, you wouldn't want to prosecute it because it depends on who did it? That's bullshit.
Well, if somebody like Wade or Tyler did, then I'd be pissed. But, you know,
What do you mean somebody like Wade or Tyler?
somebody who's not my family.
I just asked you, if somebody broke into your house, regardless if it's somebody in your family, if somebody breaks into your house and invades your personal space, you wouldn't want to prosecute it.
Mm-hmm. I guess so, man.
Excuse me.
Trying to bugger me about them other guns. Holy shit, them other guns.
I want to see which ones they are.
Yeah, me too. Because it keeps bothering me with that shit.
Well, you could, tangled with it. And you've gotten other people in it now.
Oh, yeah.
And they start stealing. It's a vicious part, and they're part of it.
Well, I don't know about them other two guns, but
This is the majority.
He tried to get Corey in trouble. I'm getting pissed.
You didn't get over that. You really
Well,
did.
Corey didn't do nothing. Did Corey get in trouble for this?
Oh, I forgot. That's right. I think his dad's in the room too. And I remember thinking the first part, it was just her, and then you hear his voice. I'm guessing it's probably his dad in the room or something. Could you hear him talking? So he's got both parents, and they're just sitting there letting him act like a punk. But I'm thinking they're letting him dig a hole, like, hey, you know, you stole from us, so let them do what they got to do. I don't know.
He didn't get in trouble, but he knew what he was doing was wrong.
No, I didn't. I told him they weren't even stolen jewelry. He didn't even know they're stolen jewelry.
Well, that's, that's not, I don't, it's out of our control. What happens? I mean, I told you, once you steal.
No, it is your control. You can decide whether to prosecute somebody and all that shit.
Mm.
Not always.
Mm.
Well, the jewelry, tell him to chill out with the jewelry. Because I don't want Corey or nobody getting in trouble for that crap.
I don't have control of it.
You will.
I don't know. And you said you don't know. I don't know how it works. I didn't know we were going through all this today.
Yeah, same here.
I thought we were coming in. So we were just coming to get next kid.
Oh, I don't do you a lot of good.
Did you know it's all taped in here? You can hear everything you say.
Good. Good.
You know, don't dig yourself in the deeper hole than you
I'm
already
digging
in.
shit in the hole.
You're there.
Nope. Nope. Because y'all think I did those other guns too.
I don't.
I
don't
know
know.
you do.
No,
You
I
do.
don't.
I see it in your face. You think I gave those other guns away.
Just chill out. We don't know what. I've learned more in the last 3 days than I ever thought I'd learn. I never, ever, because trust me, if I'd ever, Debbie told me that she had hid all her jewelry and had removed everything of clothing, because Tyler was selling his clothes. She had to lock Jacob's door. Debbie had been telling me this stuff for months, and if I'd ever thought that my jewelry was at risk, I kept saying, well, no, mine's safe, though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wish I would have known a month ago that you were going to steal it, and I would have moved it out. But I didn't. I just never thought you were going to get that far gone. So, you know, I mean, you know, whatever is how we are at where we are at.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, don't let those thugs. You know, whatever happens, happens.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, everything's on video camera. So if you ain't done anything wrong, you're going to be
I'm
fine.
not worried about it. That's what I'm saying.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
No, I can't find anything from Leon. I did check Leon County and Lee County. This is from Leon County. With his name. I'm gonna search a little bit more, but you know, he could have moved away and be in a different county. You know, he could be in a different state and getting in trouble. I just checked 2 different counties. Obviously the one that he's in at this point, and then but let me check a couple other places, but I haven't found anything with him yet, which is interesting. Because with that attitude, I don't know.
That's all you want?
Sure.
Buzzman, come on.
Sorry, I'm fast forwarding it a little bit. So, God. Oh, yeah. Maybe that's why I thought it was shorter. There's a lot of downtime. Wait, was he picking his nose? Hold on, we gotta see. Were you picking your nose, buddy? Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You know you want to. I know, I'm not being stupid. Wow, cool. This isn't gonna be as long. I was gonna say, there's no way I remember it being this long. I must have skipped through it. Yeah. Well, they leave him for a while. That's funny. Well, they're talking to the parents. Yeah, this is probably all, huh? Okay. Well, I haven't been able to find anything more with him, but I only searched 2 counties, and it looks like this is about to end. So. Wait, they're about to arrest him.
Stop coming, man. Take your jacket off. You got anything in your pocket other than your phone? Take your phone off.
I might have a lighter, 2 lighters in there.
You got anything else on you besides that?
No.
All right. Well, you can leave the jacket on. That's gonna be cool. You know why you being arrested today, man?
No.
Huh?
Other than, well, I mean, what are my charges?
Well, you got a grand theft firearm.
Grand theft what?
Firearm. Dealing in stolen property. And defrauding a pawnbroker.
Where's my mom at?
Dealing in stolen property. And defrauding a pawnbroker.
Where's my mom at?
Wait.
I don't see my mom.
He goes, "Where's my mama?" He goes, the detective is going home, and he goes, "Where am I going?" And he says, "You going to jail?" Did you guys hear that? That was the best. So where's my mom at? Going home. Where am I going? Jail. Listen, you guys, swear to God. Listen good.
And defrauding a pawnbroker.
Where's my mom at? I don't see my mom. She went home. What do you think was going to happen? No, I did.
You steal people's shit and then sell it, you go to jail.
Well, how long am I? What am I?
No idea. That ain't up to us.
They would have kept it on longer. He thought he was good. He could give the person attitude because he thought, my mom won't press charges. I'm good. And then, hey, maybe that straightened him out because I can't find anything, at least in those 2 counties. Like I said, he could have moved, or they could have moved out of state or a different county, but maybe it straightened him up. And it almost sounded like he was crying or something. I don't know. Maybe not. It was hard to tell, but it kind of sounded like he might have started to cry. Yeah, maybe. I'm hoping too. And you know what? That would be thanks to that detective. Like, I feel like he kind of scared him straight, because if he would have let him go, where would the lesson be learned? There would be no lesson, because he'd think, oh, I could get away with it, But because it was shown like, no, You broke the law. Sorry. And then maybe it's like, ooh, I'm not going to do that again. Wow. Interesting. Okay. So let's finish up and see, because I think it goes on to say, like I said, I didn't get to read. I went through all this document, but it was 800 pages. So like some of it I kind of skimmed and brushed over so I could get through it. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it says what the mom said, but we're going to see. I think it started to say a little bit. Let's see. Like what happened in the other room. Let's see. Oh, I got to be very careful. There we go. I got it over. That was close. It almost disconnected where the document almost, with a one file almost disconnected from the other. And then sometimes it's hard to get it back in. All right. So let me take a sip of water real quick. I'm on muted this whole time. No. Dang it. I'm sorry. I hate when I do that so bad. God, I feel like I said some good stuff that I was not good, but like stuff I don't know. What I was saying is, I think that, yeah, I do think that scared him. Oh, so 11 months. That scared him straight. And I said, what I was saying is he probably only spent, I'm guessing, like a night or two in jail, because he probably either got bonded out or I'm guessing, his first time ever being, criminal charge, I'm guessing. So he might have got that personal recognizance thing where it's like, when it's your first charge, sometimes they just let you out for, that's, it's called personal I don't know, am I saying that right? But yeah, they let you out for no bond. It's like, on your own, like, promise you'll come back, if it's your first charge or whatever. And then, what I was saying is he probably, if he didn't get in any more trouble after that, he probably got it like on some kind of, what do they call it? In Colorado, it was called diversion, but he probably got on some kind of program where he was able to get those off his record, since those were his first felonies. And if he didn't do, you know what I'm saying? If he didn't get in any trouble after that, he probably was able to get it off his record, because this doesn't even come up when I go into Leon County. Nothing comes up under his name. So I don't know. But then I also said it might be because he was a minor. So I don't know. No, I know, but some people hate it, Bubba. Like they hate it and it is like, once in a while, if I do listen to it back, if I'm like, sometimes I'll like, take like clips out to make pre-records, and then it like, oh, like it bothers me because I hear it and then I know it bothers some people so much. I know. I wish there was like well, if it was you know what? Wonder if there's some way where when it's on mute, it can make a noise. So therefore, of course, I'm going to turn it off, because if it's making a noise, I'm not going to be able to talk over it. Wonder if I could set something up where it's connected. You see what I'm saying? Where it's actually making a noise for me. It won't for you, because it'll be muted. So you guys won't have to hear it. I'll hear it and then know it's on mute. That's actually a good idea if I could think of how to do that. Anyway, okay. So I asked Sidney, let's continue here. So I asked Sidney if he knew the oh wait, not that. This one. It says, at the time I exited the interview room to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Wester. Mrs. Wester informed me that Sidney was lying about selling the gun to money for the PlayStation because he already had one. God, yeah, I didn't read this part. He already had one. Wow, so he really thought, I'm going to lie. My mom's got my back. She's not going to press charges. I can sit there and lie to this detective. She's not going to say nothing. Lying, yeah, I want a PlayStation, as his mom's sitting there like, he's freaking lying. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Okay, so oh my God. Okay. So he's okay, where we at? So he already had one. She said that he took it because he has been selling all of his belongings to get money for drugs. She also advised that he had dropped out of school because he was doing virtual school at home. Mrs. Wester also said that Sidney was lying about needing money for gas because she and Mr. Wester give him gas money or put gas in his car. I then took Mr. and Mrs. Wester down to evidence to look at the firearms recovered from the Wade and Tyler's crash. Mr. Wester identified all 3 guns as his. Mr. and Mrs. Wester advised that they wanted Sidney and anyone else responsible prosecuted. I knew it because the way the mom was like saying, because the Tyler or Sidney's like, well, no, it's up to you. Like, if you don't prosecute, it's up to you. So I'm fine. And the mom's like, didn't say like, no, I'm not going to prosecute. What she said is, well, like, if you're telling the truth and, you didn't do it and you didn't know like where the other stuff, the other guns or whatever, she said, she's like, then they'll find out because everything's recorded. So they'll find out if you're lying. And, so basically she's saying, yeah, anybody else involved, I want to prosecute it. Scare them straight. Anyway, I was all, and plus she's probably worried. But that was like a good move for a parent to make because she knows he's got a drug problem. If she lets him go, he's going to continue it. The only, if you prosecute and, you know what I'm saying, get him to stop using drugs and you teach him a lesson, in the long run, it'll be better. Anyway, sorry. I was also able to locate 2 of the rings matching the description Mrs. Wester reported stolen, which were pawned on 12/3/14 at Gold Buyers at 12:20 hours by Corey Adam Kinsey. Corey received $60 for both rings. I showed Mrs. Wester a copy of the pawn ticket with the descriptions of both rings. Mrs. Wester stated that the rings were hers. I made contact with Reed Campbell at Gold Buyers and asked him to place a hold on the rings. Reed advised that he had been buying jewelry from Corey for about 2 years and had never had a problem. He further advised that Corey had pawned items on 12/12 and 12/16. Mrs. Wester signed a consent to search for Sidney's phone, which is white iPhone 6. Mrs. Wester said that the iPhone is on her account and said that she's sure we will find some incriminating evidence on it. Sidney's phone was seized and later placed into evidence with the consent to search form. Sidney was arrested for grand theft, firearm, grand theft, dealing in stolen property, and defrauding a pawnbroker. Sidney later informed me that the juvenile assessment center that Wade Wilson called him Sidney later informed me at the Juvenile Assessment Center that Wade Wilson called him while he was en route to the sheriff's office for his interview and told him not to get him in trouble. He also stated that he has been smoking weed almost every day. Sidney also said that he takes Xanax pills and Molly, MDMA. On 12/17/14, I responded to Gold Buyers and seized the 2 rings. Photos were taken of the rings as well as other jewelry pawned by Corey on 12/12 and 12/16. Photos of the jewelry were sent to Mrs. Wester to make sure none of the jewelry was hers. I called Mrs. Wester later, who stated that she was at the detention center picking up Sidney. Mrs. Wester, what day? Photos on 12/17. So she's picking him up on 12/17. What was the day of hold on, let's see how long he did stay in jail. Probably only a couple days. I was guessing like overnight, but maybe it was a couple nights. Let's see. That was on 12/16. Yep. They just overnight, kind of like a scare tactic. Well, no, because I mean he was arrested and then he probably bonded out, and you know, then you go to court. Okay, so she picked him up the next day, basically. Where are we at? Or did I read that wrong? No, pick it up. Yeah, Sydney. Mrs. Wester said that none of the jewelry in the photos was hers, including 2 rings that she stated were hers yesterday. Wait. Mrs. Wester said that none of the jewelry in the photos was hers, including the 2 rings that she stated were hers yesterday. I then made contact with Mr. Wester to advise him that Mrs. Wester had reversed her decision about the rings. Wait a minute. Mr. Wester said that he was there when she looked at the description of the rings from the pawn ticket and stated they were hers. I asked him if Mrs. Wester was afraid of Sidney, and he stated that he didn't think that was her reason for changing her mind. He then said that he and his wife are both scared of. Wait, what? He then said that he and his wife are both scared of Sidney. Is that what? Mr. Wester said that he would talk with his wife when he got home today. Whoa. I later made contact with Corey to schedule an interview and see if he could verify what rings Sidney gave him to pawn. Corey advised that he would come in for an interview on 12/19. I also made contact with Assistant State Attorney Eric to advise him of Mrs. Wester's reversal about the rings. Wow. He advised me to submit a supplement to my arrest paperwork. The 2 rings seized from gold buyers, the original pawn ticket, and photos were placed into evidence. On 12/18, I received a call from Mrs. Wester, who advised the following. After picking up Sidney from the detention center, he told her that he took all of the rings that are missing. He said that he took 3 rings to gold buyers on the afternoon of 12/13 and had an unknown subject pawn them. The woman's rings are described as a gold Moby ring, pearl ring, a gold amethyst ring, and a gold opal ring with pink and green color. Sidney would not say who he had pawned the rings because he is afraid of retaliation. He also told his mom that he has been getting items to sell to possible gang members for drugs, but is afraid to give their names. Mrs. Wester advised that she is afraid of her son and fear of her family being retaliated on. She advised that if her jewelry is found at a pawn shop, she would pay the pawn shop to recover her jewelry. A search of the North Florida Pawn Network met with negative results when searching for the rings. We have not received the pawn tickets from gold buyers. Wow. The investigation in this case will resume as an additional information becomes available. Any additional information will result in a supplemental report. That's crazy. They're both afraid. On 12/24, Mrs. Chester called me and advised that she had located some of her jewelry at gold buyers over the weekend. She made contact with Rita Campbell, who found out that some of her jewelry was pawned on 12/13 by Corey. Mrs. Wester advised that she would pay to get her jewelry back and did not wish to pursue charges. I later attempted to make contact with Reed Campbell to advise him that he could return the items to Mrs. Wester after she pays for them. A message was left on his phone. I obtained a copy of the pawn ticket showing the items pawned by Corey, which he was paid $310. This is consistent with what Sidney Wester said during his interview. Wait, this Sidney was spelled with a Y here. On the one where it gives his birthday, it's an I. So maybe that's why there was nothing. Let me look. Now it makes me want to look, because maybe he does have a record, or maybe it is with a Y. Up there, it was with an I. Hold on a second. Now I'm too curious. Hold on. Let me go to Leon County first. Hold on 1 second. I got to know. So Sidney Wester. Sidney. Wait. So this one, where is it at? Sidney. Let's see if it brings it up here. No, still nothing on Leon, but let me see with Lee. I'm just like, it's crazy because maybe he did straighten up, but the fact that they're gonna like go back on the freaking charges maybe, and like he's like they're afraid of him. Like what? No, go with your first instinct, people. That was the best. It's making me mad. I'm disappointed. All right, one more. Let me just try Lee County. And then maybe tonight after the live, I could try other counties in Florida. But I don't. Okay, wait. Sidney, Wester. Okay, with the Y. Let's see. No. Okay. Nothing in Lee either. Actually, there's another. If you go, hold on to this, sometimes it brings up different things in Lee. I'm just checking one more thing. Sorry, guys. I'm coming. Sidney, Wester. No. Okay. Nothing. All right. So where are we at? So they found it in 1213, $310. Says the investigation in this case will resume as an additional information becomes available. 114, 2015. Nothing. Oh yeah. On 1/8/15, I received a call from investigator Laura Garrick from the Tallahassee Police Department advising that Wade Wilson was coming in for her to interview him. Wilson is also a suspect in several cases that I'm working on. After being interviewed by Gehrig, Wilson was again advised of his Miranda warnings, which he waived. Wilson advised that he wished to speak with Detective Salvo and I. I asked Wilson if he knew why he was being interviewed, and he stated that he has no idea. I asked if he remembered being involved in a vehicle crash that occurred on 12/2/14. He stated that he remembered. I asked if he remembered why he crashed, and he stated that there was something in the road, so he swerved to miss it and hit a tree. I then asked if anyone was with him, and he replied, Tyler, referring to Tyler Ogden. I asked Wade if he was driving the vehicle the day he crashed, and he said that he was most of the day, but Tyler drove some. He later said that Tyler was driving when they crashed, but he told the officer on scene that he was driving because Tyler didn't want to get in trouble. He later said that he was effed up on Xanax and was asleep in the vehicle. Wade said that when he woke up, his shirt was off and blood was all over him. Note that the guns recovered by Deputy Revel in the woods near the crash were under a shirt covered by pine straw. Later, Wade later said that he didn't remember much because he was blacked out, but remembered Tyler pulling him from the vehicle and asking him to tell them that he was driving because he didn't want to get in trouble. I then asked Wade what happened to the guns that were in the car, and he said that he didn't know. Wade stated that he had spoken with Sidney after the crash and had told him that someone had placed guns in the woods near the crash. I then asked Wade if anyone was in the vehicle besides him and Tyler, and he said no. Wait, anyway, Tyler must have put the guns in the woods because I was blacked out and don't remember. I then informed him that a witness observed both occupants of the vehicle placing what appeared to be guns in the woods. Wade said that he didn't even know where the guns in the vehicle, he didn't even know there were guns in the vehicle. I informed Wade that the guns along with ammunition were recovered and there was blood all over them. He said that he was sure his blood was on them because it was all over the inside of the vehicle. He then stated that he was in the passenger seat when the crash occurred because his head hit the front windshield on the passenger side. I then asked him if he filed a false report since he was now stating that he was the passenger and not the driver. Wade said that he did not file a false report. I showed him where he is listed as the driver of the vehicle in the crash report, and Tyler is listed as the passenger. I asked him if he told the deputy on scene that he was driving, to which he replied he did, but only to keep Tyler from getting in trouble. Wade previously stated that there was something in the road that made him swerve and he hit a tree on the side of the road. I later asked him about the burglary to Mr. Ogden's storage shed, and Wade said that he had no knowledge of it and that he has never been there. Now, there was a burglary. They stole stuff from Ogden, right? Now, if you go back to my video where I went through all of Wade's arrests from all the counties, it goes more into that part with the Ogden and him reporting it. I'm not sure if this one does too. I don't think it does. But yeah, he broke into the shed and stole stuff out of the shed. So yeah, basically that is what he's doing. He's freaking using these young kids, getting them to freaking take stuff from their families' houses and then making money off of them. And probably getting them hooked on drugs. So he's probably making money selling them drugs, right? Probably charging a like a lot of money, making money that way too, ripping them off, I'm sure. Where are we at? I later asked him about the burglary, and he said he had no knowledge of it and has never been there. I informed redacted Smart Stop self-storage and that redacted. Wade said that he nor his father's white Infinity SUV redacted because he has never been there. Wade also said that Tyler's father blames him for Tyler's drug use because he hangs around him. I asked Wade why he contacted Sidney on the day I interviewed him. He said that he didn't know what was going on, so he called him to see what was going on. I asked Wade where they were before they were involved in the crash, and he said that he and Tyler had gone to the house a friend of Tyler's named Sid, referring to Sidney. Wade said that he didn't know Sidney that well, so he stayed in the vehicle while Tyler went inside. I asked if he ever went into the residence. He said no. I'm requesting warrants for possession of firearm by convicted felon, grand theft firearm, and false report regarding traffic incident for Wilson. Wade Wilson is a convicted felon who was released from the Department of Corrections on 9/19/14 for burglary and grand theft. So not even 3 months later, he's got all these other big ones. Tyler was in a drug rehab in Bay County, but has run away and is reported as a runaway 1/12/15, verified by the Consolidated Dispatch Agency. I'm requesting warrants for a grand theft firearm, possession of a firearm by delinquent, and dealing in stolen property for Tyler. On 1/14, warrants were obtained on both subjects. The Leon County booking staff was made aware of the new warrants to be served on Wade, who is currently in custody. On 1/15, I received information that Tyler was arrested on 1/12/15 and was currently in juvenile detention center. I later confirmed with the juvenile detention center that Tyler had been taken to court today, where warrants for the grand theft firearm possession of firearm by delinquent and dealing in stolen property were served on him. The investigation in the case will resume. Okay, let's see. On 1/8, I received a call from Laura that Wade was coming in for. Wait, is this the same thing? See, this is one I missed to remove. Yep. Right? Well, let's see if there's anything new. Yeah, it's talking about how he said he was asleep, was on Xanax, and yeah, it's all this same stuff. Okay. So now we have some statements. So this is from Julia, says, Julia Wester, so the mom, it was Sidney's mom, says, we had 3 firearms taken from our home without permission. Some redacted. It says, we are also missing 5 14-karat gold rings. I had a marble pearl stone, amethyst stone ring, 1 ring with 3 stones, 1 ring with opal stone, 1 gold coin ring. More may have been taken. I am not sure. Also a gold cross with chain, 1 small beaded gold chain, 1 Seiko gold watch. I want whoever is involved in is prosecuted. And this is, here it's spelled with an I. So this is Sidney's. His charges, 5'11", 180. He's 16, I believe, in this, right? Blonde hair, blue eyes. He's dealing in stolen property, defrauding a prom broker, 2 counts of dealing in stolen property, grand theft firearm, grand theft. Okay, and then second one, arrest notice to appear, probable cause, has the victims, gold buyers of Tallahassee, Patrick Wester and Julia Wester are all the victims, and then Sidney is the defendant. This might just be No, this is saying it's just repeating the same thing. Yeah. Okay. So now we have, this is the grand theft firearm and all that stuff. And it shows that it's Wade and Tyler got it. There's a CD interview of Wade Wilson. So this is what I pointed out when I was, after they said it wasn't available. I said, there's a CD, it shows it. And they're like, nope, not available. So I don't know, unless if they lost it, or are they like, is there some reason they won't release it? I don't freaking know. Believe me, I tried because those are the ones I wanted, you know? I'll try again tomorrow. I'm going to try again and be like, why? I don't understand why that's not available. Like maybe they'll tell me, like, did you lose it or something? But like, why isn't the Tyler one available? Can't say because he's a minor, because so is Sidney. They released Sidney's. So why did, you know what I'm saying? Why they didn't give me Tyler's either. So I don't know. Okay, so now we have, this is just, yeah. Well, let me zoom out. Wow, I was wondering why it was cut off because I zoomed all the way in. This is just showing the rings. This is showing her firearm. Suspect Sidney, child. Notable damage, yes. Oh, is this for the phone? Hold on, smartphone. This is the smartphone. Yeah, that she let him basically look through to see, because her son Sidney was using it. Yep, here it is. Or is that her? No, it's got to be the one he was using. Yeah, it just says, I don't know. Okay. So he gave it to his friends to sell for drugs. They have been recovered, but none of the jewelry. Sidney stated they had been texting with some of the parties involved, but would not disclose their names. Mrs. Wester advised that I could seize the phone and search it because she is sure that it has incriminating evidence on it. She signed a consent to search for the phone, which is on her Verizon account. The phone is a white iPhone 6 in a black OtterBox case. So Wade's probably intimidating them. Or, well, he already said, like, he's saying, like, don't get me in trouble. Think about it, though. He's probably threatening him. I mean, this is an older guy that's a felon, and it's probably getting him the drugs, and knows all these people, and it probably is. They probably are intimidated by him. And this is listing Corey, Wade, Tyler, and Sidney. White iPhone, cracks across the front of the screen, consent to search form. There's an interview, the other same thing, interview. Sidney, a child, firearm. Okay, so now we have Mrs. Julia Wester will be coming by today or tomorrow to pick up the iPhone 6 from this case. Also, can you make a copy of the disc that was dropped by Detective Waller? All right, so now we have, well, this is the same thing. Wait, hold on. This is theft, larceny, 12. Yeah, 12. This is going to be, see how they have doubles? Like, I must have missed some of these doubles. Let's see why. If it has anything new. Sometimes, like, each one will add a little bit more on the narrative. So each time it'll have like more. Does that make sense? So like I would race the first couple to the last one, in which it has everything in the previous one, but it adds stuff on the end. But yeah, so it's listing out all those jewelry. Let's see if it added anything. So yeah, that we Yeah, criminal activity. Um, yeah, that's explaining that thing that I just read. Okay. Yep. Crashed. Yep. There might be a couple. Yep. Oh, this is the added thing. Yep, I forgot to delete that other one above. Okay, so this is what's extra. 120. It says on 12/18, Henderson completed the digital forensic request in relation to an Apple iPhone 6 seized during this case. Detective Henderson obtained written consent to search the item from the owner. In the digital forensic request, Detective Anderson states Mr. and Mrs. Wester's son, Sidney, took several guns and jewelry items from his parents and gave them to his friends to sell for drugs. The firearms had been recovered, but none of the jewelry. Sidney stated that he had been texting with some of the parties involved, but would not disclose their names. Mrs. Wester advised that I could, same thing. You could take my phone, and because she thinks that there'll be something in it. Let's see. A Cellmate advanced logical method 1 was done. It was open. Let's see what it did. It photographed before data acquisition was conducted. Several individual reports were exported and reflect only threads of data. The individually exported report include call logs, images, messages, kick contacts, messages, locations, recently contacted, uncategorized contacts, videos, SMS database messages. So the evidence disc marked as item 1 was placed into evidence with a chain of custody documented. Detective Henderson was notified of the completion of the exam and the availability of the evidence disc for the review. They've been acquired and stored. Okay. On this date, Assistant Attorney Hutchins regarding inmate Michael Perry possibly having some information regarding this case. Whoa. Okay. It says on this date, I received a call from Assistant State Attorney John Hutchins regarding inmate Michael Perry possibly having some information on this case. He asked if I could interview Perry to see what additional information he had. I responded to Leon County Jail and interviewed Perry in Unit 3 conference room. Perry advised the following after being advised his Miranda warnings. Perry stated he was roommates for approximately 4 months in Pod K with Wade Wilson. During that time, Wilson talked to him a lot about his case. Perry stated Wade told him that he did a lot of drugs while he was out of jail. Wilson stated that he had a couple of dudes with him that used to rob people, but they got smart and started doing home invasions on drug dealers because he knew they had a lot to lose and wouldn't report it. Huh. We had a couple of dudes with him that used to rob people, but wow. Yeah, that's freaking asking to get killed. Anyway, they have a lot to lose, exactly. So they're not going to call no cops. They're just going to kill you, probably. I don't know. So Wilson also talked about him and his co-defendant riding around in his father's vehicle one night that they had done a lot of Xanax. Wilson stated he started to doze off behind the wheel, so he had his co-defendant drive. Wilson told Perry that he dozed off in the passenger seat and a short while later woke up and his co-defendant had wrecked the vehicle. Wilson also stated that the police found the guns on scene and he's charged with possession of a firearm. Wilson also mentioned that they had quite a few guns in the car with him at the time. Wilson mentioned 2 guns in particular that belonged to him to include, and is redacted. Wilson told Perry that he used the guns during home invasions and robbing people. Wilson mentioned to Perry that his public defender keeps telling him that he doesn't think the state has any evidence on him. Wilson further stated that they don't have his DNA on the guns. They can't prove that the guns are his, and his co-defendant has already been sentenced to probation. Wilson told Perry that he's glad that he always uses a little scapegoat that's younger than him, that idolizes and looks up to him. Wow. He's glad he always uses a little scapegoat that's younger than him and idolizes and looks up to him. Wilson continued to say that it worked out great for him on this case because his younger co-defendant has already been sentenced and is going to show up to court and testify that the guns belong to him so that Wilson can get off on these charges. Exactly. He intimidates them. They're scared. It's not, they probably do idolize him a little bit, but they're also scared. So they know, I'm sure he tells them the stories, how he robs people at houses. You know what I'm saying? He probably scares them. So he scares them into like, yeah, I'll take the blame, like, what a jerk. So he's 20, right? I mean, do you see how this guy was never a good guy? He was always a freaking jerk. How's chat doing? Today I have a wonderful introduction to two payment. Oh, hey Harley. Alert. Hey Kimmy, yeah, definitely. Okay, so I realized I could zoom in a little bit. You guys probably can't read it when it's so big to me, but when I look on the screen what you guys are seeing, it's like, oh shoot. Okay, so where are we at? There we go. So anyway, says Wilson continued to say that it worked out great for him on this case because his younger co-defendant has already been sentenced and is going to show, I already read that, is going to show up to court and testify that the guns belong to him so Wilson can get off these charges. Perry informed me that he already has a plea offer that should be approved sometime soon. He's hoping that his plea goes through before this case goes to trial. That way he can show up and testify. I asked Perry if Wilson told him where he got the guns from. Wade told him that he stole the guns, but didn't say where he got them from. I asked Perry if Wilson ever mentioned his co-defendant's name. Perry stated Wilson never mentioned the co-defendant's name, but stated that there was only one other subject in the vehicle with him when they wrecked. Wilson told Perry that if they did find his DNA on the guns, his excuse would be that the deputy grabbed him and held him over the guns while he was passed out. What? That the deputy grabbed him and held him over the guns while he passed out, and his blood must have dripped on them? No, my good luck with that. What if they have body cam? Oh my lord on. I know back then it wasn't, a lot of them didn't have body cams, and like there's new like laws in certain counties, like when like you have to turn them on or you have to have them, and it's different. But back then in 2014, they probably didn't have them, huh? So no, so I guess that'd be good for him. But like, come on, Wade. He already said in the interview that he was bleeding and it was all over the car. What else did he? Yeah, he's such a liar. Anyway, Wilson also told Perry about how he likes to manipulate young girls and the brutal sex acts. What? He performs on them. Perry said that a lot of the stories Wilson told him were unnerving and leads him to think Wilson is a sociopath. So remember, this is when Wilson was 20 years old. Wait a minute. That one, I just thought of something. That case with that where he argued that girl. Remember, he kind of kidnapped her in the car and videoed it, and somehow he went to trial and got not guilty. I don't know how. Wasn't that December 2014 or the beginning of 2015? Because I'm trying to put it in perspective, like if that had already happened. I have the documents, and I'll bring them up in a minute. Hold on. I'm not going to go through that case today, but I do want to go through that case again. I'll make this like a 3-parter or 4-parter with all this stuff, like Leon County cases or whatever, because I did get a couple new documents with that case that has like a couple like things that weren't in the other documents. So, anyway, actually, it's going to drive me nuts. Hold on. Let's see. I got to know the date of it real quick. Because remember, this was December 2014. It's really close to that time. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, though. Maybe it was the summer of 2015. But I don't know why I was thinking it was December of... Hold on. Let me see. Wade case. Wade arrests. Okay. Okay, charges. Yeah, hold on. Let's see real quick. Yeah, look, December 13, 2014. So, but then this one says April 23rd, 20. I think this is wrong, this date. Remember when we went over this before? It's like, how is that one? So, yeah, it's December. Wow. And then she ends up, I think, hold on a second. So think about that. December 13th, they wreck. So this firearm was December 2nd is when they wreck the car, right? And then they end up finding, the firearms because they hit him somewhere in the woods because they had them in the car. What are they going to do with 2 rifles? They can't, carry them without being noticed. And then, yeah, so then this happened like what, a couple weeks later? He does this. So then when he's in jail with this guy, he just did this. So he's talking about real things, I'm sure. He's sick. Hold on. Yeah, I have the probable cause. December 14th is when they responded to the hospital when the girl reported it. And they responded to the hospital. It was December 14th. 2014. Okay, so let's remember that, and we'll cover that again in like part 3 maybe. But let me go back to where I was because I want to. I always like to like put it in a timeline where you could kind of see like what else was he doing then. So December 13th is when he did that. Okay, now when was this? Hold on. So we're on 65. This is what day? I just want to see what day. Where are we at? I know it gave a date of when he calls. Hold on. Interview. Perry, hold on. On this date, 6/28. Oh, 2016. Never mind. I thought it was close after the firearms. Wait, is that right though? So he's in jail and he's talking about what happened 2 years prior. I guess maybe sometimes it takes that long to get it all the trial or get all the court stuff. But why? Hold on. Because this is 12/18/14, and then it jumps to. I wish when it says on this date, it says what date for sure. I don't know. Because that just might be the date that they put it in the report. What is the date that they freaking talk to this guy? Of course, this is the day they're talking to him, so it could have happened, you know, how long before, and the guy finally wants to come talk to him about it. I don't know. So who knows when, but he talks to him. Obviously, it's after he for sure has that R with that girl that reports it and wins. He wins. The jury finds him not guilty. Ugh. I just can't even believe that. They couldn't find any witnesses, and I think anybody that may have been aware that was his friends probably just lied. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, saying Wilson told this guy that how he liked to manipulate young girls. So you know how he probably did this so many more times that we don't even know that he didn't get caught. Nobody freaking reported it. I bet you we would be sick if we knew how many young girls he manipulated to perform brutal and the brutal acts he performs on them. Wow. And yeah, so basically he said that he has a lot of stories Wilson told him that were unnerving and leads him to think Wilson's a sociopath. Perry stated he had one stipulation because he has a 24 or a 21-year-old son and a 19-year-old daughter. Perry stated that Wilson has looked through his paperwork and knows both of his kids' names, and where they live. Perry said that he will not testify if he cannot be out so that he can protect his children. Perry further stated that he cannot show up for court and testify, then watch Wilson get released while he's still locked up. Perry stated that he doesn't expect his testimony alone to convict Wilson, but his main concern is for his children. Perry said that he hopes that State Attorney Hutchins can help him out. He further stated that he's not asking for any breaks on any of his charges because he's willing to plead guilty on all of his charges. I later contacted Assistant Attorney Hutchins and relayed the above information. He asked if I could follow up to see if the firearms from this case had been sent to FDLE for processing. So yeah, I guess on 6/29/16, I spoke with Felicia. So yeah, I guess that was the time. But I guess now it's just the trial and stuff is just now happening. I guess that makes sense because it was December 2014. So it took. Sorry, my lips are freaking. I hate this time of the year. They're so dry and like peeling. Okay. Yeah, so the case are still, or the guns from this case are still at FDLE. Okay, let me just continue on. The interview with Michael Perry was burned to a CD and dropped into evidence. This case will continue to be investigated with any new information on evidence that becomes available. Okay, so Wade and Michael Perry, CD interview. Yeah, I'm definitely going to contact them tomorrow and be like, come on, there's a couple interviews that you owe me. Anyway, so this is Miss Julie Wester. Dear Miss Wester, the defendant pled possession of a firearm by convicted felon and 3 counts of grand theft and received a sentence of 545 days in the Leon County Jail, followed by 18 months supervised probation, 18 months community control, pay court costs, fines, and $100 cost of prosecution. Your cooperation and patience during these proceedings have been sincerely appreciated. If I could be any additional assistance, if you have any questions, feel free. Wait, are they talking about Wade? Which person? Oh yeah, Wade, yeah. So Wade pled possession of a firearm and he had 545 days, followed by 18 months supervised probation, 18 months community control, and the court costs and fines. So Okay. Disposition order, the four suspects. You got Corey, Tyler, Sidney, and Wade. And then Julia is the victim. What's this? Hold 6 months. Item 1, release. Hold. Oh, the ring. Okay. All right. So now we have. Why is this going backwards? This is saying 2011. Wait a minute. Reported on 10/17/14. Wonder if that's a typo and it's supposed to be 14. Let's see. I don't know. Attempt to contact. Got Jenny Jones. So these are others. So he's listed as an other for this attempt to contact. Wade is. He's age 20. So yeah, this has got to be 2014. It's just like cut off. You see how it's just like, yeah, because that line's longer. That's a 4. It just is like wore out. Need new ink, more ink. Anyway, all right. So on this date, on the date the reporting person, Tara Jones, stated the following. On October 12, 2014, her daughter Jenny borrowed the car and Miss T. Jones' debit card. She was going to meet a friend named Wade Wilson for dinner, but never came home. When she did not come home, Mrs. T. Jones and friends went out looking for her daughter. They found Miss T. Jones' car being driven by a couple of white males. They got their car back without incident. Miss T. Jones used the GPS feature on her daughter's phone and located the position at the corner of Wigington Road and Crowder Road. They went to that residence, and after being lied to several times about Mrs. J. Jones not being there, Matthew Bryan claimed she had gotten a ride and left. They eventually gave Mrs. Jones and Miss T. Jones and Miss J. Jones's phone. Oh, wait, sorry. They eventually gave Mrs. T. Jones, Mrs. J. Jones. That's hard to freaking say, but they gave her phone, which was still at the residence. So they gave basically her daughter's phone that was at the residence, right? Yeah, because Jenny. So they're saying Mrs. So they gave Jenny's phone to her mother. Because it was still at the residence. So she's not anywhere to be found. There's 2 white guys driving her car, and the phone's at the residence. Okay. So Mrs. Jones wished to check on her daughter's welfare. So Mrs. Jones couldn't provide any information to support that her daughter was harmed or in harm's way, just that the subject lied about her daughter's whereabouts. I contacted the CDA and operator, Ever 228, issued an attempt to contact Bolo. So that was what? October 12th, and this is October 17th. Wait, because this says 17th and 18th, but this says 12th right here. I don't know. Let's see. On 10, because I don't think she was gone for 5 days, right? On 10/17, while working the duty office, I received a call from Tara Jones, complainant, the mother of Jenny, who advised her daughter returned home and she was okay. I attempted to cancel the bolo, but dispatch advised one was never entered. Whoa. Found property. Knife, Kershaw, Mount Elk Foundation Edition, and they got some redacted. So there was 1, 2, and 3 of redacted, 5 and 6 of redacted something. And these are all found property, I guess. Possession of firearm by convicted felon, Wade. It's 12/11. Wait, that must be, hold on a second, because this is 10/17. I don't know. Okay, so I guess nothing happened. She was just missing, and I don't know, because like I said, some of this I didn't get to read every bit of this, so I don't know if it ever shows what the heck really happened. Anyway, let's see. Wade Wilson, this report reference is submitted to law enforcement March 24th, 2016, contains conclusions, opinions, and interpretations, but it's redacted. But this is a burglary and breaking and entering, 12/2/2014. The wreck, that was the day of the wreck. So is that because the Wester stuff? Are they considering, isn't that breaking and enter? Are they considering that because of, I don't know. Let's see. Administrative found property. I'm really confused if this is the same one. So we got others. He's listed as other, 20 years old at the time. Yeah, Tyler is another. Sidney, Julia. Yeah, this is about the other stuff again. I must doubles that I missed. Or maybe there's something new in it. Because it's all the weapons, and then we have trace evidence swab, DNA swabs. Let's see if there's anything new in it. It says on December 2nd, this writer was investigating an automobile accident. Oh, it's kind of from another perspective. The automobile accident, approximately 300 yards west of blah, blah, blah. The accident was when one vehicle accident hit in a tree. Witness Lisa Phillips told me after she drove on the accident, she saw the driver and occupant, which would have been Wade and Tyler, place something in the woods that looked like a gun. Then I asked the driver and passenger what they had put in the woods, and they told me nothing. So at the scene, they asked Tyler and Wade, and says, no, I didn't put anything. I then started looking in the woods, and approximately 3 yards from the passenger door, I located 2 guns covered up by pine straw. There were also, I don't know, maybe he's talking about the shirt with blood on it. I don't know. There was blood on the guns, and Deputy blah, blah, 390, Deputy Skelton 390 did a DNA swab and turned the 4 swabs into the ID section. With the guns was also a Kershaw straight blade knife in a case. I seized the guns, knife, and bullets and placed them into the ID section. I had the guns entered into the NCIC FCIC. On 12/15, I received a call from Julia, who advised that her son, Sidney, is involved with Wade and Tyler. Sidney told her the other day that he gave Wade guns to sell. She has also been in contact with Mr. Randy Ogden, Tyler's father, who is also missing several firearms. Mr. Ogden told her about the firearms that were recovered from the vehicle crash Wade and Tyler were involved in. Mr. Wester suspects the firearms belong to her and has since filed a report for 3 firearms and several items of jewelry. I made contact with the CDA operator who removed the firearms from blah, blah, blah. I don't want to list out. It's hard to see. FCIC, NCIC. It's actually kind of fun to say. FCIC, NCIC. Anyway, this property has exceeded its 90-day hold period. One suspect in the ex-ref case number is still on probation. The blood DNA swabs will be retained. However, the remaining property will be disposed of in accordance with agency policy and Florida statutes. So we have the victim, state of Florida. So this is what? Court case, firearms by convicted felon. So the charge of him having a firearm because he can't because he's a convicted felon. So the victim's the state, suspect's Wade. Here's the burglary or home invasion. Let me see what this says, because this actually, here it says, well, received 12/5, dispatch 12/5, 2014. I wonder, is this a different one? He had a home invasion after this? Let me see. Meet suspect. Yeah. Oh, this is the Tyler Ogden one. I bet, where he broke into the Tyler's dad's storage. Office, broke into storage unit and placed a new lock on the unit. Yep. He freaking broke in and put a new, the nerve. Wow. Anyway, yeah, it's just repeating that where he broke in and placed a new lock. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's where the burglary structure comes in. Armed becomes armed with dangerous weapon. Victims Randy Ogden, suspects Wade and Tyler, his own son. Weapons, there's a $300 one, a $300 one. These are all guns, I'm sure all $300 guns. Wait, how many? So what did he do with those guns? Sold them? Because they only ended up finding 3 guns, and those were all the guns they found were all the ones that were Sidney's or the Westers. So I don't know if they end up finding these. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4 guns. This is probably a gun too, right? Each one is 300. This one's 200, but I don't know. Is this a gun, you think? Probably. Doesn't say. It doesn't say weapon or anything. I don't know why they have those redacted, but 2 $200 ones. And see how this one says weapon, not automatic or semi-automatic. This is 300. 300 is under weapons. Look how many guns. Oh my God. Dude, what the heck? That's a lot of guns. It's like 11 guns so far. And then flat screen LED TV for $700. Oh, I'm screaming, sorry. The nerve of this guy. $500 flat screen. 3 Traxxas remote control cards, each with $1,000, 3 times 1,000. 3 pen spinning reel fishing poles, 3 times 350. Toro electric leaf blower, 60. Oh my Lord. Trace evidence, DNA swabs, they have 2. Fingerprints, 3. Latent fingerprint card. Crown cardboard box, household goods, $1, I think. Gold medal lock, $1. Samsung Galaxy phone box, 3 pieces. Oh no, no price. White metal fluorescent light fixture. Two clear plastic bags containing pumps. Wow. So narrative 12/6/2014. Upon or on above date. Oh, let me make it bigger. I keep zooming out and then I responded to Smart Stop self-storage. Okay, I wonder if they recovered them all. In reference to a burglary occurred upon their arrival, I made contact with Randy. Randy advised he has been renting 3 storage units at the location, 85, 86, 87. Each unit has its own door, locked with a separate padlock, but all 3 can be accessed by any of the 3 doors, turned into one large unit. He advised that he had not opened the unit in approximately 3 weeks prior to this date. He stated he responded to the storage units today to retrieve some of the guns he temporarily stored in them. When he arrived on scene, he observed the padlock on the middle unit, 86, had been taken off and replaced with a different one. He then opened the unit through door 85 and discovered the entire unit had been gone through and ransacked. He advised multiple items were missing, including 11 firearms, 2 flat screen TVs, 3 remote control cars, 3 fishing poles, and a leaf blower. After speaking with Randy, he told me that he thinks he knows who may have burglarized his storage unit. It should be noted that Randy is the only person who has access to any of the 3 units. He told me that his son Tyler has been hanging out with an individual by the name of Wade Wilson recently. He said prior to this incident, it has been suspected that Wade and Tyler broke into his vehicle. Remember, Tyler is 15 at the time. He's 15 years old. Wade is 20. And he's hanging out with this Wade. Anyway. He said prior to this incident, it was suspected that Wade and Tyler broke into his vehicle and stole a large sum of money. Randy stated his son has a drug problem for which he is currently in rehab in Georgia and believes all events are tied together. He then went on to describe some of the stolen firearms. During our conversation, I was able to recall an incident that occurred on 12/2/14, and I worked a traffic case. And he's referring to the crash. Where it says, during the crash, an unknown passerby told deputy she saw a passenger of the vehicle throw a machine gun into the woods near the crash location. During the canvass of the area, they located 3 firearms hidden under a shirt and pine straw, approximately 1 yard from the vehicle. And then they say, at the time of the crash, the firearms had not been reported stolen. Then owner was unable to be located. And both Tyler and Wade said the firearms were not theirs. The firearms had been not reported stolen. Then owner was wait, what? Anyway, I located 3 different spots of blood on each of the firearms and collected the blood with DNA swabs, which were placed into evidence. Okay, let's see. I might skip some. Oh, yeah, that's back to the storage units. I then responded to Randy's storage units. When he opened up Unit 85, it appeared as if the entire unit had, in fact, been ransacked. The deputy responded to the scene, and he and I processed multiple solid surfaces inside the unit for fingerprints. We were able to obtain 3 different sets: a latent fingerprint from a white metal fluorescent bulb housing that was found inside the unit. Randy advised that the light housing unit did not belong to him, and he did not know how it got into the unit. It was probably for light. They probably broke in it in the middle of the night when it was dark, so they probably brought their own light to see. The light was seized, placed in evidence. I processed the padlock for DNA and placed the swab into evidence. The lock was then cut off the door and seized as evidence. Inside the unit, Randy was able to identify multiple items that were touched by the suspects as they were not in the same position as he left them. These items included the Samsung Galaxy phone box, which was opened and in 3 pieces. A brown cardboard box had 2 plastic bags that contained plastic pumps. All of these items were seized and placed into evidence. Randy was unable to provide me with the specific locations of the items inside the storage unit. He said they're all hidden underneath clothing and miscellaneous items sitting on a couch inside. Randy said Tyler knew that he had placed the guns there when he originally got the storage unit. Randy was unable to provide me with the serial numbers for any of the stolen property. He was also unable to provide the serial numbers for the firearms we had already seized, but was able to describe them in great detail as I observed them. Aside from the stolen firearms, the approximate cost of the remaining stolen property was $2,610. Wow, beside the firearms, Randy provided me with a sworn written statement. All right, here's a statement. Wade and Tyler have been running. Let me use my cheat street. Have been running the streets together for the past few months. Tyler had a court order to go to treatment and was hiding him. And basically, Wade was hiding him and using him to sell drugs. So he was supposed to be in treatment, and Wade was hiding him. They broke in my car and had firsthand knowledge of my storage building and what was in it. Both told me that they were going to get me what was in it. They were going to get what was in it. Both told me that they were. Oh, I wrote that twice. Wait, both told me they were going to get me? Does that really say that twice? Or did I? Both told me they were going to get me the person. Wait, hold on. First-hand knowledge of my story and building was. Both told me they were going to get me. They're going to get me, I guess. I don't know. This person is bad news. I came to storage building. It had a different lock on it. I looked inside and noticed my guns, something, and remote cans were some. Let me see what I thought that said. I came to the storage building. It had a different lock on it. I looked inside and noticed my guns. Oh, I have it blank. I don't know what it said. TVs. That's what it is. Guns, TVs, and remote cars were gone. I called the sheriff, who could be Julia. Oh, wait. Hold on. Huh? Says I called the sheriff's department. Something could be Julia, Wade's girlfriend. What's that say? Who could be Julia, Wade's girlfriend, and Will this man? I don't know, guys. This is the same one. See, once again, it was stuff yeah, this is added stuff. Hold on, I want to read that about the what his son's supposed to be doing. Hold on, let me pick up to. Hold on, I gotta find a bottle of water. Hold on 1 second, guys. It's a lot of reading. I know this will have to definitely be a bunch of parts, but it's interesting because there's a bunch of just like random stuff. There's some interesting stuff coming up, and that Brian case is really interesting. I feel that we might have to make its own video, because it'll be a lot. It's a murder case too, so I mean, it's definitely yeah. I'll do that itself. Maybe part 2 we'll do that case, and then I should have done. Did this for one of them, the Brian one for one of them, and then all the random things that Wade does in jail and stuff as one of them. Oh well. Well, I'm kind of doing it because this one turned into like this case almost. I did go over some of the random stuff, like like where he stole the phone from that girl. What was the other thing? Oh, there's a little bit of that time where he broke the window, that case. I went into that case pretty detailed on my Wade arrest video. It's not, I guess there's not much to it where he went over there to fight that guy and then broke the window, and I guess that's really all that I guess that's all it is, guys. Never mind. Not much more. How's chat doing? I'm like chewing loud, sorry. Murder was the case. Yeah. Is my chewing loud? By any chance? They have pools in rec area, but also have a. Oh, hey, Slow. Did I say hi to you already? Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I mean, he was young, though. I still think he could influence him. Are you sure that we know that? He was only, we don't know how long he was hanging out with Wade before. Anyway, okay, so where are we at? All right, so the fact he was notified. Tyler's not picked up the order. Okay, so yeah, so on 12/8/14, I spoke with Randy regarding this case. He provided essentially the same information, provided the original report, advised that he had scheduled a meeting tomorrow with Captain McCassick, and asked if I would attend. On 12/9, I met with Captain McCassick and Mr. Ogden to discuss the case. Mr. Ogden was upset about the fact that he was not notified on 12/2 when his son Tyler was involved in a car accident with Wade Wilson. He was also upset that Tyler was not picked up on an outstanding pickup order, ordering him into drug counseling. Mr. Ogden informed me that Tyler is currently at SOS treatment facility in Panama City, Florida, since 12/5/14. Wait, okay, 12. He suspects that Tyler told his friend Wade about the guns in his 3 storage sheds. He also suspects that Tyler's friends, Sid Wester and William, may also be involved. Mr. Ogden stated that he has spoken to Matt Wester, Sid Wester's father, who advised that he is missing. Wait, he's missing blank. Mr. Ogden thinks that blank recovered from the crash belongs to Mr. Wester. It's the guns that they have redacted, right? Mr. Ogden further stated that he has been trying to get Mr. Wester to report the stolen gun since yesterday, but he has yet to do so. Wait, Mr. Ogden further stated that he has Wester reported the stolen gun since, yeah. So they knew, and it just took them a while to, well, probably knowing it's their son and feeling not like they don't want to report it. And now to come to find out that they were afraid of them. That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to. Okay, so where are we at? Mr. Ogden was later taken. Wait, Mr. Ogden was later taken to evidence to see if he could identify if any of the recovered guns belonged to him. Mr. Ogden advised that none of the guns belonged to him. He also advised that I could remove blank he previously reported stolen because he has it in his possession. And then there's some stuff redacted. I later made contact with Miss Lisa Phillips, who drove up on the vehicle crash on 12/2 and asked if I could identify the subjects. I asked if she could identify the subjects. Oh, let's see. Says he received a call from Maryland. I received a call from Mr. Ogden who advised the following. He received a call from Maryland's Fried Chicken advising that he had a check in the amount of $89 that bounced. Wow. Mr. Ogden asked them on what account was the check written because he had not been to Maryland's. And he was advised that the check was written on an account from Florida Commerce Credit Union. Mr. Ogden stated that the account had been closed for over a year and went to the credit union to verify that it was still closed. Mr. Ogden said that the checks were taken from his storage shed when his firearms were stolen. He further advised that he had contacted the Thomas County Sheriff's Office regarding the check. He provided them with contact information. So they took the checks out of the storage and the account's closed and they're writing checks and bouncing them. Oh, man. He advised that he had spoken with Mr. Ogden. Oh, I received a call from Corporal Antes from the Thomas County Sheriff's Office. He advised that he had spoken with Mr. Ogden. The investigation in this case will resume as additional information becomes available. So now they administered a photo lineup and it contained an image of a Wade, and I did not know the order or identity of Mr. Wilson at the time of the lineup. I presented the lineup to Miss Phillips, but she was unable to make an identification. Miss Phillips wasn't certain, but thought the person she saw might be either the subject in the photo 1 or photo 3. Mr. Wilson was, Mr. Wilson was photo 3. 12/18/14 latent lift cards were evaluated and found to be of no value. So the fingerprints, yeah, they didn't end up finding any. Scrub your butt. What do you mean? I gotta put on some. You're funny. All right, hold on one second. It's a lot to read this much. I just need to take a break for a minute. But I know there's a lot to get through, so it's like, And the other interviews have to do with the Brian case, and then wait, what was the other one? Now I forget. Hold on, let me look. Okay, so it's, hold on, where's it? Where did it? Oh, they're all Brian. Yeah. How many more pages? I'm not going to get through them all, 386. But also there's a few other files intermixed. Oh, wait, my camera's off. So I'm not going to get through all of them today because it's a lot. And then there's 3 more interviews. But the 3 interviews left are short. They're not like that one that was. Well, that one wasn't that long because all that downtime we skipped through. All right, I'm revived now. I'm ready to go. Round 2. Okay, let's do this. Where are we at? So on 12/16, oh yeah, so she couldn't be for sure, but Berg arm grand theft. All right, DNA control, DNA swab, cardboard box, broken down, metal gold lock, Samsung Galaxy phone box, white metal light fixture. So DNA, they tested DNA. So they got prints on the cardboard box and Galaxy phone, and DNA on DNA control, DNA swab lock, I guess. process for prints, 2 plastic bags with pump inside. They're going to process for prints. I don't, I'm sorry, I'm chewing. It's probably loud. Let me see how loud it is in my mic if I put this. Oh, it's a little loud. I'm sorry. I'm going to spit this out because my mic is extra sensitive. Okay. Whew. So now we have, there's a burglary, Wade, Tyler, and Randy. All the items, 5. Okay, that's the stuff. Yeah, we just went over. All right, we could skip through all this. Let's skip through. Let's skip through. What's this? Sanford Loving Good. Wait, sick injured person. This is 10/9/2015. Sanford Loving Good. I don't know what that is. Miscellaneous information, offenses, information, arrested. Oh, that's witness. Wade is under the witness right here, huh? He's 21 at this time. 21, okay. What else? That's all. Doesn't really show anything else. I mean, as far as this stuff. And then, let's see. So we have the witnesses. There's a Michael Lee, Kenyon Graham, Marcus, Sanford Sanford Loving Good. That's where it's a name. Oh, well, what did it say up here? Sanford Loving Good. Oh, it's just a person. Okay. I didn't know. Let's see what it says. 10/9/15. Sanford Lovigan was being transported from the Leon County Courthouse to Leon County Jail. Upon arrival at the jail, the following inmates had already gotten off the transport van: Wade Wilson, Michael Lee, Kenyon Graham, and Marquise Cromartie. Wait, so they're being transferred from Leon County Courthouse to Leon County Jail. Okay. So it says, I assisted all of them off the van. Sanford Lovingood was the last off the van. I was assisting him down when he lost his balance, falling to the concrete pad. Aw. Dang it. Huh. His head struck the concrete pad. I called for assistance from the jail and used my first aid bag to use gauze to place on bleeding areas on his forehead. Correction staff responded to attend to his injuries. He was transported to the hospital. Sergeant Carr responded to the incident and took command. Hildebrandt was notified. Okay, what's the point of this? I didn't ask for. I don't know. I guess because Wade was just getting off transported with him. I was advised. Yeah, it's just saying the same thing. Okay, so he hit his head. Let's see. What is this? It's going to turn into something that it was Wade. So July 4th, 2015, assault or essay. Wade Wilson is the suspect on this one. Battery misdemeanor. Assault or essay. So either or, I guess. So it lands in the same category. It should be like, that should be 2 different things, right? Anyway. See, So Wade is the suspect. He's 21 at this time. Okay. On July 4th, 2015, approximately 2:45 hours, which that'd be 2:45 a.m., while sitting at the officer station in Pod 1, right? Wait, hold on. Yeah, why am I doubting myself? That would be 2 a.m. or almost 3 a.m. I heard an unknown inmate yelling for help from the mezzanine level. So somebody was yelling for help. I immediately walked up to the mezzanine level to investigate the disturbance. Once on the mezzanine level, I observed inmate Adam Swain, pod 1, room 6, yelling at inmate Wade. Sorry, I feel like my mouth now with that gum, it's like making noise, and I'm sorry, I know it's annoying. Okay, so he's yelling at Wade. This Adam is yelling at Wade, right? Inmate Swain was yelling. He wanted to get out of his room and for inmate Wilson to leave him alone. As I approached room 6, I observed inmate Wilson standing with his back against the cell door window, attempting to get inmate Swain to quiet down and not inform myself of the disturbance. Wait. So he's basically trying to get him, to not say anything. Okay. I immediately notified central control to cycle room 6 via radio. As the door was open, inmate Swain immediately ran out of the room. Wow. I instructed inmate Swain to go downstairs and have a seat in a chair while I stayed on the mezzanine level with inmate Wilson in order to keep both inmates separated. At that time, I notified Sergeant Robert Collins via radio to meet with me in pod 1. While waiting on assistance to arrive, I began inquiring information from inmate Wilson about the incident. Inmate Wilson stated, inmate Swain was masturbating on the top bunk and sitting on the toilet smoking. Inmate Wilson further stated, inmate Swain jumped off the top bunk and said he was going to wipe his semen on a towel. Inmate Wilson stated he wasn't going to tolerate another inmate masturbating in his room. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, Wade, sure, buddy. Like, oh, I'm sure you do it all the time. Anyway, at approximately 2:47, Sergeant Collins entered the pod to assist with the incident. At that time, inmate Swain was sitting in a blue chair downstairs in the television area, and Sergeant Collins inquired to him for information in reference to what happened. Inmate Swain stated to Sergeant Collins, both inmates were smoking in the room earlier that night. Inmate Wilson became upset and angry, accusing him of stealing his shit, referring to smoking products. After arguing about the smoke products, inmate Wilson pulled his penis out of his pants, erect, held it in his hand, and made advancing towards him by slapping him on the buttocks. Wait, and made advancing toward. Okay, so held it in his hand and it basically advanced towards him by slapping him on, or made advances towards him. Okay, by slapping him on the buttocks. Wow. And he lied. This guy is just messed up. I don't understand. At that time, he immediately yelled for my assistance and for inmate Wilson to leave him alone. Inmate Swain admitted to striking Wilson in the groin area with his knee in order to defend himself. Sergeant Collins also questioned the 2 inmates next door for a possible witness. Inmate Isaac Wilson stated he heard inmate Swain yelling, "Help, I need out of this room." Inmate Jeffrey Williams stated he didn't hear anything until both inmates were separated, and at that time, inmate Wade Wilson was yelling from the mezzanine to Sergeant Collins, who was downstairs at the officer station. I conducted a shakedown due to inmate Swain stating that they were smoking. I located a tobacco product unknown rolled in paper underneath or beneath inmate Swain's mattress. Inmate Swain was issued a disciplinary report for contraband. At approximately 2:52, well, my chair was like knocking. I mean, like a different one. Like I know it always does it, but it was like seemed like there was like a ball in there. It's getting late. No, it's just only 12:14. Okay. Okay, approximately 2:56, Officer Lynn and Officer O'Connor escorted inmate Wilson to medical. Inmate Wilson was seen by charge nurse Lahomo Gilchrist at approximately 2:59. See nurse's progress report. There were no visible injuries observed on inmate Wilson at this time. At approximately 3:04 hours, inmate Wilson was escorted to Pod H, room 31, by Officer Lynn and Officer O'Connor and placed on administrative confinement status. Inmate Wilson was issued a disciplinary report for battery. Inmate Wilson refused to provide a written statement regarding the incident. Approximately 3:06 hours, Officer Thomas Shields escorted inmate Swain to medical. Inmate Swain was seen by charge nurse Lahomo Gilchrist. At approximately 3:10 hours, see nurse's progress report. There were no visible injuries on inmate Swain at this time. So wait, inmate Swain was 3:10s. Inmate Swain was escorted to Pod G. Officer Shields placed on administrative confinement status. So he was escorted to Pod G and then he was on confinement. Wait, did they say they placed? Yeah, they placed Wade on confinement too, right? Yep, they both did. Okay, they both got on confinement. And it says inmate Swain refused to provide a written statement. So they both refused to provide a written statement. Inmate Swain did not wish to press charges and signed a non-prosecution form. But I guess like you do that, then you get the repercussions of like when there's no guards of like getting the crap beat out of you, or you know what I'm saying? So it's probably more like he's scared. It's just like, I just rather cause no hassle, right? I don't know. Inmate Swain did not wish to press charges. He received a notice of legal rights and remedies. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Actually, I'm going to mark down all the just incident reports of Wade, like this kind of stuff. And I'm going to put them in a pre-record just with those. Hold on. I could just start with this one, page 117, incident, Wade. Yeah, I'll do it first. So some people just like to, since it's kind of like a mix, I'll try to organize it with in pre-records. Okay, so we got that, and now let's skip down to Wade Wilson affidavit. Let's see, this is probably the same thing, right? July 4th, yeah. Adam Lee Swain, yep. So where they signed the victim. So he was the victim, and then Wade, there's a witness, and then yeah, so Wade didn't have to sign. And this is something different, because this is 8/5/2016, assault or SA. This might be actually, hold on. Oh, this is starting to get into the Brian stuff. How long have we been live? I almost want to do this separate or skip, because there's still other stuff. Skip this for a minute, because I feel like this should be its own video right here, dude. Because even the Wade part of it's going to take a minute. Oh, that's beeping. Okay, let me think here. Let me think how I want to do this. because there is a lot of this. Hold on, let me see if there's anything else. So page 120, hold on a second. And 22. All right, let me see something real quick, because I could probably, there is a lot that this in itself might have to be 2 parts, but just give me 1 second. Let me check this out. I could just give you a little bit of it so you guys could kind of hear some of it. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see how like I'm scrolling and it's still all this next page, the Brian stuff with Wade. Hold on. It's really interesting, like all the writings and stuff. So hopefully you guys will be you will be interested in the whole thing, even the part that doesn't have to do with Wade, because it is a murder case. It is. And a kidnapping case too. It's crazy. Actually, I didn't realize how interesting it was until I heard about it doing Wade, and I knew like, oh, he approached him in jail. I didn't know the specifics as much. I didn't know basically all that went behind it, but and then I was just like, I didn't look into like the actual case, like all the details. And it's just like, wow, this is pretty freaking interesting. I'm still scrolling. Hold on. I'm trying to find a spot where it starts with something else to see if I could just do that and then save this Brian stuff for tomorrow. And we'll start fresh with this case. I'm still scrolling because there's a ton. He like talks about his sex addiction and like how, I don't know, it's really interesting. Like they freaking find like a whole briefcase of like writings and stuff, and I haven't even read it all. There's so much. I just kind of like skimmed through some of it, and it's just like, this is going to be pretty interesting to read through it, because this guy's I don't want to say psycho, but he's got issues. I mean, he freaking has no problem murdering anybody. And then I'm talking about Brian now. Then I have an interview with his son interview. And this is before they even realize what. So basically he gets arrested for this kidnapping, like with a gun, like what is that called? It was a big charge where he could have got life for it anyway. And then he ends up confessing to a murder that was decades, like it was how long was it ago? It was like over 10 years they had gotten away with it. And it was almost like a vengeful thing. He ends up like, I don't know the order, because she ends up confessing. He confesses. It's like they're afraid that it was going to come out or something. But like he got immunity if he basically told what happened, that he would get immunity for the murder. But the kidnapping charges carries life too. But he got a deal where they gave him 45 years because they couldn't charge him for the murder charge when he was the one that actually murdered her husband. But she got charged too, because it was her, supposedly saying it was her idea. They conspired together to kill him. So he basically gave the evidence that she was involved, testified against her. He gets immunity for it, and she gets convicted, and then he gets convicted of the other charge. It's crazy. But then Wade meets him in jail in like 2015 or 16 or something. And that's how Wade comes into it, where he meets him in jail and basically agrees to do some stuff for him. And yeah, it's pretty interesting. So why don't we do that tomorrow? I'm anxious to do it, to share this with you, because I feel like it's an interesting case. Yeah, it looks like I'm still scrolling, guys. Hold on. I know there's another incident report that's, where is it? That it might be at the end. I better not have accidentally removed it. I mean, I have the one, like the full one, but hold on. Remember I said I removed some of the doubles because it was like double. All right, hold on. Sorry, guys, I'm just scrolling. I didn't want to put this up on screen and be scrolling. I'm just trying to find something here. All of it, yeah, except the, yeah, here's some other stuff. Okay, that's the one that I really want to, All right, well, oh my God, no. All right. I'm like talking. So I have that. I showed the pictures of the gun. Okay, let me see. Let me exit out some of this stuff that I already did. And then see what I got left up here. Let's see. Henderson. Which one is this? Oh, that's the Dory. The guns. Okay, so the busted window. Okay, so, and I went over what? Fullard. Good, I get to exit out some of this stuff. It feels good to get rid of some of the tabs. Oh my Lord, when you have so many. All right. Hold on, guys. You know what I could do? Hold on one second. I could go over some of the two cases that we already went over. I could add like some of the stuff that's with that I did already do under my Wade arrest videos, but since now I have those, I could add to some of that. Let me see if there's anything good to add. Deputy Skelton. Yeah, it's about the same. Okay. I'm going to exit out of that. Okay, so this one, I guess I could share this while I'm going through. Okay, I'm just trying to, oh yeah, let me read this. Yes. So remember, I think this is the one with Tyler, right? Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah. So remember I was saying he's a minor and he was supposed to go into treatment and stuff. So this, like I said, I did read this like months ago on my arrest video, but since we just talked about it, I'm going to read it again. The part where it talks about he gets the contributing delinquency to a minor to cause to be delinquent, dependent, needy. This is a Wade charge he got because Tyler is a delinquent, but this is why. Hold on. Right here, I'll read this real quick. So remember, this is when Wade was 20 and Tyler was 15. So it says on 12/3/14, I was dispatched to Hopkins Eatery in reference to a report of a recovered missing person, wanted person. The arrestee, identified as Wade Wilson, was observed inside the restaurant with co-defendant identified as Tyler. I made contact with Ogden in an attempt to confirm his identity and check his status as a missing wanted person. While I was engaged with Ogden, Wilson was seated across from Ogden and advised him not to cooperate with my investigation. Wilson stated multiple times, "You," referring to Ogden, "can leave if you want to. She," referring to me, "has no authority to touch you. Due to Wilson's persistent persuasion, Ogden became verbally and physically aggressive. Ogden stood up in an attempt to leave the premises at least 3 times, and each time I pushed him back down into his seat. Ogden clenched his fists and pointed his finger in my face while stating multiple times, "If you put your hands on me again, I am going to F you up, bitch." Oh my Lord. I advised Ogden to cooperate with my investigation to prevent the situation from escalating. However, Wilson continuously advised Ogden to behave in a delinquent, aggressive manner. Wilson's act of encouraging Ogden to resist arrest led to Ogden eventually behaving so aggressively that he was tased on scene to gain control of him and effect an arrest. So they tased Ogden because he was resisting. So Wilson's act of encouraging Ogden to resist led to Ogden eventually behaving so aggressively that they had to tase him. Wow. After Ogden was placed under arrest, contact was made with Ogden's father, identified as Randy, via phone. Randy stated Ogden had been in the company of Wade for approximately 3 days. Randy stated that he had been searching for Tyler in an attempt to escort him to a drug treatment program. However, Wilson had been harboring Ogden, harboring Tyler, encouraged him to remain at large and interfering with his ability to receive drug treatment. Jeez. So, current ordered supervision, no probation. He wasn't on pretrial. He wasn't on bond. He wasn't on parole. Let's see. Family ties, Steve. Same address, phone as if. Okay, let me see here. Well, let me see what the other one I want to make sure I have. Hold on one second, guys. Wait, was that under? Yeah, it was under Wade arrest, right? Yeah, I think it was under that. Okay, so criminal, because hold on one second. Oh, that one has, let me exit out of that one. So we went over that. So that, I mean, he's a bad influence. Yeah, maybe Tyler was kind of already getting into that scene, but I mean, I think this Wade was influencing him at least in a little bit of time. But I mean, it's just the fact that he was taking advantage of minors and he knew what he was doing and he was doing it on freaking purpose. Oh, here's an interesting one. Like I said, I had read these on my other one, but I'm sure not a lot of people either remember or might not have been there that day. So I thought this was interesting right here where Wade, this was a trespassing structure conveyance and resisting officer obstruct without violence. Because he was just, if I'm remembering right on this, he was acting really weird because I mean, you think he was on drugs. This was from where's the date? 9/5/2018. So he would have been how old? Let's see, does it say? It said he's 6'2", 205. Several tattoos. Occupation, Terry's pool service. Local address, at large, Tallahassee. All right, let's see. So on September 5th, 2018. Wait, how old would he be? Let me see. He'd be 24, maybe. Wait, 94. Oh, wait, there's his birthday. No, he'd be. Oh, no, never mind. He'd be. Whoa. He'd be 30. Is that right? 30? Huh. I guess. Why do yeah, right? Anyway, on September 5th, 2018, at 6:06, I responded to Kearney Center at the request of Officer Poole. Officer Poole advised the arrestee, Wade, was told numerous times to leave the property by himself, and staff complainant Kenneth Wade. What? Officer Poole advised that Wilson was starting to become hostile and refused to leave. Oh, yeah, no, I was doing today's date. I am an idiot. Oh my God. When I was doing it in my head, I was doing it from 2024. I know it's 2025. Oh my God, that's what I was doing. I was doing today's, like, I was doing 2024 and then I did. No, I was doing today's date, 2025, because he wouldn't have turned his birthday's in what? Yeah, he wouldn't have turned it yet. So, oh, hold on now. Let me do it from 2018. I feel like an idiot. I know I'm not bad at math. I just make silly like thoughts where I don't think instead of so from 2018 he would be like 23, 20, yeah, 23, right? I was gonna say I knew something did not seem right with that because that's what I was thinking. I'm like in my head, I was like, wait, isn't he like 30 now? Oh my Lord. You guys probably think I'm an idiot. So 24. Right? 24? That, yeah, that's gotta be 24. Because I always get, I know how to do the math. It is 24, but what I'm saying is sometimes, you know, the month is like, oh, his birthday, but I just said his birthday. He didn't turn. Oh, wait, he wouldn't have turned in September. He wouldn't, or wait. Yeah, he would be 24. 24. Yeah. Okay. Once again, I almost had a stupid moment again where I was using today's month, but it's September. Oh my Lord. Okay, so basically, this guy is acting hostile. He won't leave. At 6:20, I arrived to observe Wilson standing in the lobby of the Kearney Center. It should be noted that Wilson was sweating profusely, unable to stand still, and constantly looking around the area in a paranoid manner. Officer Poole explained to me that Wilson was under arrest and told Wilson to exit the building to the marked patrol vehicle directly outside of the front doors of the Kearney Center. As Wilson walked to the exit door, Wilson stopped and started to place his right hand over the right side of his wristband. At that moment, I observed a silver object concealed in his wristband under his shirt. Wait, what? I'm trying to picture. So he doesn't have him in handcuffs yet, right? Wilson is under arrest to exit the building. So he puts his right hand over the right side of his waistband. Oh, his waistband. Why was I thinking it said wrist? Okay. So his waistband, I see. In that moment, I observed a silver object concealed in his waistband. Yeah, that's asking to get shot. Wow. From my training and experience, I was able to identify the silver object concealed on Wilson's waistband as to be a pocket knife. I gave Wilson a verbal command to place his hands on his chest. Wilson placed his hand back over the knife and stated something to the nature of, Officer Poole and I are getting too close in his personal space. At that moment, Officer Poole unholstered his department-issued taser, pointed it at Wilson, and gave him loud verbal commands to get on the ground, lay on his stomach, place his hands behind his back. Wilson placed his right hand on the exit door and his left hand in the air and started to get in a crouching position, bending his knees as if attempting to get low to the ground. Officer Poole and I continued to give loud verbal commands to Wilson to get on the ground. Wilson continued to stay in the crouching position, ignore both of our commands. At that moment, Wilson ran out the exit door to the intersection of Dupree Street and Municipal Way. I radioed over to the Consolidated Dispatch Agency that Wilson was running from. Wilson was running from Officer Poole and I south on Dupree Street. I further advised that Wilson was last seen wearing a white shirt with dark camo shorts and visible tattoos on his neck and both arms. Wilson ran across the street west on Municipal Way and scaled the eastern fence of City Fleet Management located at 400 Dupree Street. It should be noted that the fence is approximately 6 feet in height with barbed wire around the top of the fence. The property Wilson entered is a restricted employee area and is not open to the public. While inside the property, Wilson continued to run west through the parking lot, scaling a second fence, gaining access to the parking lot, which contains numerous owned vehicles, city vehicles. At that moment, multiple officers and deputies arrived on scene and quickly established perimeter to contain Wilson. It should be noted that a baseball game was being held just directly south of the property Wilson gained access to. As more deputies arrived, I observed Wilson standing inside the gated area. Then he quickly lost sight of Wilson. So where are we at? So now the deputies created a search party, entered a fleet compound, and went to the area Wilson was last seen. During the search, Officer Carter advised that he located Wilson inside of a city vehicle. Officer Carter's supplement for his involvement, Wilson was sitting on the floorboard, wedged in between the back seats and the front seats. The officers and deputies gave Wilson loud verbal commands to show his hands. Wilson complied with the commands, but advised he needed assistance to get out. Oh my God, this is too much. Oh, hey, Texas Maid, thank you. I feel like I remember him like more like almost saying like that he knew her from like like other people that he hung out with, kind of. Like I remember saw that live. I watched it way back. Are you talking about like that old live? But I feel like it was still really loosely, like it wasn't like, oh, he knew her real well. It was like, yeah, I know her. Like I know who she is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he knew her from somebody else because like she ran around with somebody that he knew or something. That's how I took it. Like he knew of her, and he may have seen her out a little bit, but I didn't take it like he like knew her, like you consider her a friend or anything. But he kind of knew of her because of people he knew. That's how I took it. But maybe you saw something else. I don't know. But that was a long time ago. I mean, that was when he first, like him and Mila and them first started doing lives, right? Is that what the one you're talking about? And chances are those aren't up anymore, right? Because TikTok lives don't stay up. Do they? Do they now? Because I know they never used to. But I could be wrong. I mean, I would like to hear it again, but I don't think we'll be able to because TikTok is they don't keep their lives up unless if it was it a live or just a video? I'm pretty sure it was a live, right? But a lot of people did screen record it and then repost it. That's right. It probably is somewhere. I even have a couple of them reposted like during a live. I should go through some of my files and see, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to waste all that time trying to look for it, but Yeah, a lot of them were uploaded on YouTube. You're right. Yeah, there's channels that were just like new channels were just making a channel and then uploading like other people, like screen recording other people's TikTok lives and uploading. It's not a bad idea because it's the TikToks disappear and some people want to watch the lives, but eventually I don't know if YouTube will look at it as just since it isn't any it's just like re-upload maybe because like the reuse content stuff sometimes they um kick you out of like the partnership for that. It takes a while, but I don't know how they would view that since it's not reused YouTube stuff, it's reused TikTok. I don't know. But anyway, I'm not talking about like how like some people do it like me or other channels they'll share it and like talk about it, but just people that just like just upload it. That's all they do is upload other stuff. But no, it's there. I just don't know if is those channels still up and running. I haven't looked in a long time. There was a few I'd always go to see, but I'm not even sure if they're still up. I don't even remember the names of them now. Shoot. It's been so long I don't do that anymore with this case. But it was like when it was like real hot and everybody was just wanting to see all of that stuff, but now it's just I lost the spark on it or whatever because there's not really it's just the same stuff. But I do find like finding like new stuff or like even old cases. I don't know. It's interesting because I like to see like how did he act before, what was the lead up to like the murder, and is there any little like good information we could get out of this on stuff like of stuff he's done in jail or I mean that was kind of interesting where he told that guy like the guy thought he was a sociopath because he likes to manipulate young girls and stuff, and the fact that he likes to find like minor young kids and basically use them and like have them take the heat. He says, because they idolize me and look up to me and, you know, and then they take the blame. He gets them to rob their families, makes the money, probably selling them overpriced drugs and then getting them hooked on different drugs and then freaking having them take the blame. Number one, scaring them. Number two, they probably do think he's cool. They don't want to make him mad. He is something else. I'm telling you. Women, if you're listening and you are supporting him, can't you see this guy is not good and he's not changing from actions that we see even in death row. He's doing the same crap in jail now, in prison. Like he's not changing and he's not a good guy. I think he has like a bad soul. I really do. What do you mean? Who are we talking about? Yeah, right? Hey, Medusa. Wait, your mom? Wait, huh? Who is that to? Your mom that you said. All right, so let me finish this here. This is going to be the last one I read, I think. And then tomorrow we're going to go into the Brian one because I want to get off here and make some pre-records maybe. I don't think I can though because I don't want to make a pre-record with that beeping and I don't know how to make it turn off. We've had the guy that does the alarm system come in. This is, I think, the third time. And so he does something, it's fixed, and then later on that night, it's beeping. But my mom knows how to do something where she calls them and does something where it turns off temporarily until it's just like a temporary fix. But I don't want to make a pre-record and have that beeping every 30 seconds in the background. No, this isn't. No, it isn't. I just want to end it right now. I mean, I just want to end it for this video, but let me finish reading this real quick. But no, it's not the end. I have the rest of this. It'll probably be 3 different parts. And then I have some other stuff coming. And it might be the last time I order anything. I don't know. I keep saying that and then keep ordering more stuff because it seems like you guys are liking it. So it's like, okay, well, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. All right, where are we at? I guess what I'll do is like when it starts to really slow down where there's just like really not that many people interested, then I'll just stop ordering it. It's starting to get there. I mean, and then I'll for sure, but I'm trying to just do it real like once a week or, but I am going to do it tomorrow because I have this stuff and I want to do the Brian stuff because it'll be Wade too. But the reason I want to do that is because that's like a new case in itself. And then so the Wade people get their Wade fix and I get to get my new case and look into it because I like new case. Like I want a fresh case. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to get into another case. And this case is actually interesting, that Brian Winchester. So that'll be good. It'll kill two birds with one stone type thing, right? Okay. My leg is itching. My skin has been really itching. Like I know my nose is always itching, but my legs and arms have been itching too a lot today. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, so he's been commands complied due to my okay. Where are we at? Oh, wait, inside the city hall. Okay. Wilson was sitting on the floorboard. Yeah. He said he can't get out. So due to my previous knowledge of Wilson's being in possession of a pocket knife, I entered the front passenger side of the vehicle, unholstered my department taser, and painted Wilson's back area as officers and deputies assisted Wilson with exiting the vehicle. Wilson was placed in double locked handcuffs and searched. Wait, he's not saying he tased him. He's saying he just put it on there and waited, right? He didn't tase him. Did he? Wait. Incident. Search incident to arrest with negative findings of any contraband or any other weapons besides, I guess, that knife. It should be noted that upon finding Wilson, he had removed his white shirt and was just wearing his shorts and sneakers. Wilson advised that he possibly cut himself on the barbed wire while trying to escape Officer Poole and me. He could have thrown out stuff like as he was leaving. I don't know. Usually they do find it though. Who's Ari? Oh, I can't find much, KV. I can't. I couldn't find much on them. Officer Poole took pictures of the vehicle Wilson was located inside with his department. Wait, he took pictures of the vehicle Wilson was located inside with his department issued digital camera. While on scene, contact was made with Roger Godwin, Fleet Management Administrator, who advised that Wilson did not have permission to be on the fleet compound's property, nor did he have permission to be inside of any of the vehicles. Godwin advised he wanted to pursue criminal charges against Wilson. Due to Wilson possibly being under the influence of some type of narcotics and him injuring himself. So where are we at? Med 26 transported Wilson to TMH ER for medical treatment without incident. Once medical cleared by doctors, Wilson was transported to Leon County. So yeah, he freaking was obviously under the influence of something. That wasn't the one I was thinking. So there must be one coming up. There's a few more like random incident reports in that big document. But I was thinking that it was this other one, yeah, where he was really paranoid. All right. So yeah, we have the Brian Winchester coming up, and then I want to do a pre-record of all just the separate incident reports of it. And then I want to go back to that 2014 charge and go over stuff I already went over because I have a few new details to add that I got from the a records request. Not a ton, but it could add to some of the details of that R case. It's horrible. Like, oh, that one is like, and then the fact that he won. So that freaking victim that he humiliated and scared, basically, goes and tries to say what happened, and then he freaking wins at the trial, not guilty. It's just crazy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we will get into that. That'll probably be like the third part. that case. Oh my lordy. All right. And then I'm waiting on that call log to see if why I didn't get January, February. So I'll let you guys know that tomorrow. Hopefully they'll respond. And I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it's because he didn't get calls, or do you think it's because they screwed up, or do you think it's because they're holding back some calls for some reason? I don't know. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's another one. I'm finding all this other stuff from like his arrest that I wouldn't mind going back over for people that missed that video that I did a while ago. Like the Kelly one too. Huh. All right. I'm just talking out loud. Let's do a wind down real quick. Let me exit out of that. What page do we live off on so I know? Oh, I hope I wrote it down. Well, 122. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Give me that 1 second, guys. Yeah, 122. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Got some interesting things coming up. I'm so anxious to go over this with you tomorrow. Sorry, I guess what is the word where you think you think you're going to get way more done than what you are? I got over ambitious maybe or something. I really did. Wait. I swear I had my black merch on. The peeping ears. Did I always have this on? I swear I started the live with my black hoodie. That's what I was gonna wear. All right, guys, I'm like sounding really silly, but I swear I had that on. Huh. Oh well. Not anymore. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Hi, Deanna. Who blocked who, Poetic? What's going on in chat? What was this when he was looking for the drug? No, that was 20. That was after. These are all before the murder arrest. The Bonnie one was after he was in jail for murder. That was 20. Wait. Wasn't it? Now I'm like, I know this, but now it's like so like, dude, this almost been covering this a year, I feel like, with so much. Bonnie was April of 20. Hold on, I used to know this. Hold on. Wait, so we got 2020, yeah. Wasn't it April? Wait, no, 2023. Hold on a second. I don't know. Now I'm like having a blank, but you know what? I could find out real quick. I know it was in April. I think 2020. Why am I thinking? No, maybe. I'm either thinking 2020 or 2023 for some reason. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. I can have an answer. There's just so many. It's like, it was definitely after his murder charges. Yeah, these are all before his murder charges, guys. All the ones we're going over to now. I think it'd be interesting to see before, what he does. And also that one video I did with all of his arrests are all before too. Well, yeah, I think they're all before what I go over. You guys should check it out because I go over all the counties that I could, like every county in Florida and all the arrests that were public, like that reports you could get that were public. But like I said, this document has some new stuff that I never saw yet. So yeah, come back tomorrow, guys. It'll be interesting. But I'm trying to. Why was that not? Hold on. Why is that not doing it right now? Oh, there we go. I must have pushed something else. Okay. So that was because it was right with the trafficking. Yeah, 2023. Okay. It was 2023. The 2020 was the escape. I knew something happened in 2020. So the 2020 is when he tried to escape. 2023 is when he overdosed, and then it was April, and then the murder was 2019. And even the battery on Milo was 2019. It was in July. So yeah, that's about it. Oh, you didn't say the overdose. Wait, did you say overdose or just the trafficking? I don't know why I thought overdose. I put those together because it all happened at the same time. So the trafficking and the overdose, it was all around the same time. So yeah, 2023. But yeah, this is going to be all before. So yeah, different time period. And this is actually Leon County that I'm going over because I went through, all the Lee County. Yeah, so here, let me actually, man, something hurt for a minute. I need, that was weird. Hold on one second. Let me share something real quick. I don't even know what to do a wind down because I feel like I was up so early today and I just feel like I'm so like out of it. Like my brain is not working very good. Oh, there's a new harmony. Oh, hold on a second. Huh. It says have you guys followed the Harmony Montgomery case? There's a new video on it. I'll have to watch it. I don't know. It says federal intervention in Harmony case. Huh. All right, let me look. I want to share this video. Hold on real quick, guys. That where's it at here? Hold on one second. Trying to think where I put that one, where that one was. Hold on one second. Where is it? Huh. Oh, there it is. Because here is, do I have timestamps? Yeah, and I even have timestamp. Do I? Hold on. Yeah, look. Hold on one second. Yeah, look, I even have timestamps on this, guys. So check it out. I go through all of his arrests from I think I do all the counties. I don't know. I might have them like in different videos, but this one has like it's all just about his arrest. Let me share it. And I do have timestamps. So look in the pinned comment, you'll see the timestamps, or there's chat. You guys know where the chapters are. You can always look there. Because always check it out. Because I try on long videos to do it. I mean, it takes me a while after the live to go and timestamp everything, but as long as I have time, it's so worth it because people do love him. Like this right here. If you go, so this is, hold on, let me show that. So if you like go to my video and then the timestamps, every time I timestamp, I'll pin it in a comment because some people, not everybody looks in the same spot. So I either pin it in a well, I do both. I pin it in the comment for people that like that. Or if you want the chapters, if you just go under more and then right here, but also it turns it into chapters, you know. So you go and so yeah, check this video out, guys, because this is a pretty good one where I go over a lot of them. Not a lot of them. Some of it is some of the stuff I went over today, not the exact documents, but I went over some of the same cases. But some is different. I have that sexual battery one right here. This is really interesting because there's jury notes. Because remember, the jury found him not guilty. Well, there's a few jury notes that they took that I found, and then here, let me share it though. I just share. This should be it, right? If you guys want to check it out, I was just looking because I forget what I put in there. Petty theft, failed drug test. September 17th, arrest, probable cause affidavit. September 15th, arrest, probable cause affidavit. April 5th, 2013, arrest. December 2nd, 2014. That'll be that firearm one. December, or different counts of this for the December 13th sexual battery with weapon kidnapping. 12-3 resisting the officer. I think that we might have went over that. Yeah, the delinquency of a minor, we went over that already. 1-7 is when he turns himself in for that sexual battery. So he ends up turning himself in because, I mean, he can't hide. He's going to get in trouble. But I think he does that because he has he knows he's going to have these witnesses that are going to say, oh, no, that didn't happen. The reckless driving. Then we have a trespassing. I don't know. But I also have, because here is my, the playlist. There's one where, yeah, this one too, the Kelly, I read the report, the actual incident report of when Kelly reported it and made a report against him for theft, not the R, but the theft one where he goes with what's her name? Oh my God, the Shaps, Sarah Shaps. Is there Sarah? Where he's dating Kelly. Sarah's Kelly's friend. They're both staying with Kelly, and he ends up cheating on Kelly with Sarah, and then takes off when Kelly's at work one day, steals her laptop and PlayStation and gun, and I think 2 laptops, pawns them, and then takes off to Texas. I think it's Texas they go, and leaves. What a jerk. I mean, who does that? And then this one, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, just check it out if you want. I don't know. I like that. I like to see like any case, like the suspect, the main guy, I like to go find like if there's like a lot of arrests and like see their whole records and kind of just see. Like I remember I did that with Letitia. If they have, because sometimes they don't have a big record, but if they do, it's interesting to see like how they progressed and um especially if you could get the incident reports and they have the details. I love incident reports just to kind of like see what happens, you know. Um but I have a couple new, like couple small little new details on that sexual battery. I know I already repeated it, but I'm saying it again because I requested like basically requested stuff on that case, and everything that was available was stuff that I already had, except a few small little details that that weren't public that I didn't have. So I want to go over that too. But in order to go over that, I might just go over the whole, at least read the whole incident report of that again. Cause that's a dude, that's freaking, that shows you him right there, who he is. Here's that one video again. What he does, and then, you know, hearing Mila's incident report, what he did to Mila, it's like the same MO. Oh, and then Kelly. That's why I believe what Kelly said on that, because it's the same MO of what he did to 2 other women. Like, no, like I do. I believe that he did it. I do. It's just, and then we know he has this butt fetish thing, you know, so it just makes sense. It just makes sense that he did that. Cause I mean, that's 3. And you know, there's so many more. There's probably so many that just were scared to report it. And he probably threatened them or said they're not going to believe you, or they maybe felt like they wouldn't be believed. Or sometimes people don't do it because they just feel like ashamed almost. You know what I'm saying? That happens. And it's like, I wonder how many there were. He's sick. Oh, tell you what, Poetic. What do you want me to tell you? Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. You have to go. You go check it out. I have it timestamped. I can't remember. I've been through so many of the probation violations. I don't know, but I'm gonna end. I don't feel like I can't read anymore today. But go click on it and see. Oh my God, guys. I gotta go. I'm gonna go. But thanks, guys, for sticking around. The ones that stuck around, and who's in pain? I'm sorry. I missed all the chat. Well, when I read, I basically can't reach. I'm not in chat at all. So I missed. Look, my eyes all swollen. Oh. You guys, why am I'm always noticing? Because it's like, it's almost like your face is right in front of you. And, you know, you don't really look at your face that much, but you look over and then you see it and you're like, oh, wait, I have, you notice things. I know. I'm always like, oh, I got this or that. Oh. All right. I don't remember Poetic. No, I'm not saying it. I just don't remember what it is. And I am so like, I don't feel like I could read anymore. That's all I'm saying. What new info? What new info? I don't know what you're referring to. New info? Does it make him look more guilty? What? What new info though? I'm not sure what you mean, new info. All of this is his past stuff. What do you mean new? I'm trying to think. Did I say new info? I need to change that thumbnail though, because I didn't get to talk about Brian, or I need to change the title too. Shoot. I got to do that because if I didn't, Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to go because I want to get that changed. And I got to I could just probably. Oh, what can I do though for it? I could just take out the 20,000. Oh, really? Wait, really? Where did you hear that though? Poetic? I didn't know that. Huh. But are you just hearing that from another party or Wade? I mean, do we know that's true? All right, hold on. Let me go in there and switch it around. All right, guys, I am going to go. But I want to hear you the answer though. Shoot, hold on. You could tell my brain needs to sleep. Okay, so I did go over the call logs. I hope I get more, but I guess if I get the information he hasn't got a phone call in 2 months, that's good. But I don't know. Okay, new interviews. Well, it's just one interview. So I only played one interview on this one, so oh, unless if I just label this part 1 and then another one will be part 2 and then yeah. I can. Okay. New. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Gotta come up with like a good title. Ooh, I could put something how he's manipulating young people. That was a big takeaway from this to me. Like, sick. Yeah, manipulating. All right, I better go. Sorry, I'm just trying to change this title. All right, bye guys. Sorry the why not is not that big, but oh yeah, that's what I was waiting for your comment. No, I always go to the source. That is my profession. It is in the report. Oh, I have the report. I have it up actually. I was going to read it today if I didn't know how much time. And I did a video reading it. I must have missed that part. I must have missed that. I don't remember it saying that in the report. I'll have to look over it. I don't know how I missed that. Because I did a video where I read it and I have it right here. Because it might be something I end up, since this is like a past, another basically past charges, I might end up reading, because I know a lot of people haven't seen that video yet and haven't heard it, but, huh. I don't know. All right. Just skimming it. I don't know. I'll have to skim again. Oh, you said a report though. But you said a report. Is it in the report or is it she admitted it? I don't know. I don't see it yet, but I'll read it. I don't trust my eyes right now, so I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I don't know, probably like 8, around 8. All right, guys, bye.